Welcome to the Digging Deep ATVMX podcast with your host, hailing from Kokona, Wisconsin, riding a CST Tires SSI decals traveling back Yamaha YFC 450R, four-time ATV motocross national champion, number 25, Cody Jansen.
But what if it were to rain, Nick? What if it were to rain? You put this thing on the podium before it. We talked to Nick Janusa earlier. It rains. We talked about it rains every time we go to Ironman. So what if it were to rain and you're you get a whole shot and you're up in the mix, man? Like what if?
What if it rains? What's up, everybody? We're back. I'm your host, Cody Jansen. Welcome to episode 85 of the Digging Deep ATVMX podcast, our Ironman review show presented by our title sponsor, CST Tires, available for purchase at shop.csttires.com. Oh my God, do we have a lot to talk about following an unbelievable weekend in Indiana. Ironman 2022 was an all-timer that will go down in the history books and will never be forgotten. I know you guys have been anxiously awaiting this episode, and trust me when I say it's well worth the wait. This is one of the most enjoyable race review podcasts we've ever done. Chad Wienen will stop by for my favorite conversation we've ever had with the 8-time champ. The talk of the town, Nick DeNoble, will join us for obvious reasons, and Casey Greek is here to help us break down all the craziness that was Ironman 2022. So without further ado, let's freaking go. Let's quickly shout out all of our incredible partners before dropping the gate on another awesome episode. CST Tires, go to shop.csttires.com today. Yamaha, thanks to Blue Crew. Thanks to SSI Decals, DID Racing Chain, Numera Technologies, Bronco ATV and UTV Components, Impact Solutions, Launderville Steel Enterprises and Concrete Supply, the financial advice of the Haymauer Financial Group, Forworks Carbon, DP Brakes, Factory 43, Integrated Financial Concepts and their Safe to Race and Safe to Ride insurance programs, Binky's Forever ATC Museum, Blenzall Oil, the official oil choice of Digging Deep, Evans Waterless Power Sports Coolant, newest partner Walsh Racecraft. Their ads will start running on the next episode, but we have a special something coming up later on this one with Chad Wienen to help kick off our new partnership with Walsh. So stay tuned for that. And Manscaped to get 20% off and free shipping with code DIGGINGDEEP20 at manscaped.com. Their Lawnmower 4.0 electric trimmer rocks, and you already know I adore their nose hair trimmer. Manscaped's signature line, the Performance Package 4.0, includes the new Lawnmower 4.0 electric trimmer that I rely on to help keep my beard on point, the best nose hair trimmer ever created, and an array of goodies like deodorant, boxer briefs, a travel bag, and more. So check out Manscaped, I wish I would have sooner, and get 20% off with free shipping by using code DIGGINGDEEP20 at manscaped.com. Every time I see a Manscaped ad on TV or I hear it on one of the big national shows, it hits me how rad it is that Manscaped is a longtime partner of Digging Deep. And we know that outside the industry sponsors are rare in our sport, so be sure to use that Digging Deep 20 code to ensure Manscaped stays involved with Digging Deep and ATV motocross as a whole long into the future. Support all these great companies that support us, and for any products that fall through the cracks, click that Rocky Mountain ATVMC banner on our website to help us out. The 2022 season is here, and we both know you still need parts and gear. No matter what off-road gear parts you need, Rocky Mountain ATVMC has you covered. But before you buy, simply click that Rocky Mountain ATVMC banner on our website. By using our specific link, we get a percentage of what you buy on the back end, enabling you to help us out while purchasing the parts you need anyway. And did you know that you can buy OEM parts from Rocky Mountain ATVMC as well? Yep, shipped conveniently right to your door. So click that Rocky Mountain ATVMC banner at diggingdeepatvmx.com to help us out while satisfying all your gear and parts needs. And you can do the same thing with our Amazon widget. So same concept, simply click that Amazon logo on our homepage, purchase whatever your heart desires, and that will help us out down the road. We can't thank you enough for that. We want to shout out all of our donors, especially our monthly donors. And if you are interested in donating and hearing your name on the show, you can find the Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee donation links on our website. And major thanks to all who have donated. You guys freaking rock. Now, it's showtime. The 30-second board is up. It's sideways and the gate is down. Time to dig deep. Let's go.
All right, guys, Ironman 2022 will go down as one of those events that lives on forever in ATV racing lore. I've never had so many people say to me that I can't wait to hear this podcast. So let's get this party started. Here to help break down all the craziness that was Ironman 2022, brought to you by Manscaped and the Lawnmower 4.0 electric trimmer. Go to manscaped.com to get 20% off plus free shipping by using code DIGGINGDEEP20 at manscaped.com. From Impact Solutions, it's none other than Casey Greek. What's up, Casey? How about that race on Saturday?
Hey, Cody, thanks for having me. Yeah, we had a wild one. Lots of crazy things to discuss. I mean, all the way from amateur classes into the pro class. Obviously, we've seen history be made this weekend, and I'm really excited to get into this one. And I think all the listeners are excited to hear what we got to say about this one.
Yeah, behind the scenes, like some of these, as much as I love doing these shows and the coverage and everything, I mean, sometimes it gets a little monotonous, right? This is not one of those times. I've been excited since the weekend. I think I've been riding this high from the craziness that we saw. So this is going to be a lot of fun. So things got crazy later in the day. Earlier in the day, things were like pretty normal, and for the majority of Saturday, conditions were perfect at Ironman, weren't they?
Yeah, for sure. It was definitely warm, a little humid, but it made the track really well. Multiple lines in different corners. We had a great racetrack going, and we've seen that in the first moto. I mean, there was a lot of good passing going. Chad didn't get a stellar start and worked his way through, and it was a racy track with some huge booters, and that was awesome to see. Until it all fell apart late in the day.
Yeah, that track is so damn good. I'm so glad it's back on the schedule. There's obviously was politics involved, going to the highest levels of, Indiana government or whatever going on there and stuff. But I'm so glad that Ironman track's back on the schedule. Big jumps, got a sand section, all the clay, which I think is awesome here in the Midwest, a little blue groove, touch of that. It's got a little bit of everything. And for me, man, it doesn't get much better than that. Like you said, awesome racetrack. And I think, there was some complaints like last time we went to Ironman that, people liked the previous versions of the racetrack, but I thought this one was really good. It was, I think, kind of rivaled some of those early racetracks that we saw from Ironman.
Yeah. I mean, I think before or years ago, we had a rhythm section over kind of where we park now. Mm-hmm. And that was a pretty cool section for most. I know there's some guys that would argue against that. But yeah, I was happy with the track. I think it was kind of had like a GP fill in some spots. And then, you got your American style fill with some big jumps and some uphill, some off camber, some, S turns, and like that sand section that you're talking about. From the outside looking in, you don't really realize how sandy it is until later in the day when the thing is just a monstrosity of like some of the roughest track I've ever seen. Like at one point I'm like, okay, how much is too much? Like, are they going to go just smooth that out somewhat? Because there was, the 90s, and even watching some of the 250 races, like they're barely getting through it because the wheels are never on the ground.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. There was carnage there seemingly all day, at least on Saturday morning, as it was getting rougher and rougher. So that was one of those sections that separated the men from the boys. But so what I love about, some of the bigger tracks, there's certain tracks on the schedule that seem like they kind of promote just being, ripping everywhere, right? You're almost wide open, everywhere on the racetrack. And I think that doesn't always make for the best racing. Tracks like Ironman, where you can GP them, you can flow through the corners, but there's some corners that are tighter, and the best riders are able to, really keep their momentum up in some of those tight corners. I think that's what promotes, some really good racing. So again, love Ironman. So glad it's back on the schedule. I think, as long as ATV motocross is around, I hope that Ironman is on the schedule. So Casey, what do you think? Should we do our Impact Solutions Impact moment where we highlight something good and positive happening in ATV racing right now before we dig too deep? I think this is a good time for that.
Yeah, I really just wanted to go into, these guys, these pro riders out there, kind of banded together, brainstormed together with permission from the official to help each other. And I know there was some controversy or whatever, you're not allowed to help each other, but at the same time, if two riders are stuck together, you have to help each other get unstuck. And so with these guys, getting themselves up over the finish line, getting some of the bikes refired, and the guys that, kind of knew that their bikes weren't going to refire were there to help other guys get up and get moving again, which, to me, it's just like the banding of brothers. These guys are all fierce competitors, and really, really like fierce when it gets into this. Especially when you get into, all the way through the entire class. Everyone's racing for points right now. I was looking at points, and it's super tight all the way through the entire, results. So to see these guys push each other over to where they can get to the bump start their bikes and get their machines going again, I just think it was awesome. It's something that, you don't see a lot of sportsmanship in racing because it's more of an eye type of thing. Yeah. And I think we got to see teams and, the friendships that are really there. And, it was as much as like Cody Ford helping Joel, and then Michael Allred jumped in there. There was a bunch of guys helping Joel get his bike up over, and then Joel parking his bike at the top and running back down to help Cody get his bike up to the top. Yeah. And that was, I think it was a deal that they struck between each other, like, hey, you help me, I'll help you. Yeah. And Joel could have took off, and that could have been the difference in another lap possibly, or, so many different things. He could have just told Cody, see you, bud, thanks, I'm out. But I think that shows what kind of people these guys are and what we're really dealing with. So for me, it was cool to see from us in the tower. We really couldn't see them doing it until they started to crest to the hill. But it's awesome. I like it. I know there's going to be people that disagree, and I don't really care.
Yeah, we'll touch on the controversy part of it kind of at the end of this thing. But yeah, like I can't imagine what people thought when they saw those videos being posted. Like if they had no idea, the conditions that ended up, happening at Ironman or what happened with the races there in that second moto, if they just saw this video pops up of 4 guys all helping each other push the quads and whatever, everything else aside, man, just that part of it, like you said, the brotherhood, that respect, that, togetherness, the ATV racing family kind of thing. Man, I don't know that I've ever really seen anything like that. So I thought that was really special for me. Kind of comes down to 2 things. One on a kind of a macro level. Abby Outley got hurt on Friday, and it seems like we have seen some positive kind of steps, positive updates since then from her dad on social media. But the one thing I wanted to touch on was the way that the ATV racing community seems to be coming together for her. I know that there's GoFundMe's out there. There's other ways to, kind of help the family. And I saw some videos or some pictures of, the wall must be of her hospital room with all kinds of jerseys and posters and all kinds of pro rider stuff and whatever. So I think it's just a perfect, opportunity to say, obviously our thoughts and prayers are with Abby and her family. Obviously want her to show how badass she is and get through this and come back stronger on the other side. At the same time, it's a awesome representation of this big family and this big support system that ATV motocross is.
Yeah, and I planned on touching on Abby and the entire Outley family. I'm really good friends with her dad and her, and she's just such a rock star. And, I didn't know all day. Like I built her a set of shocks that morning, and I text her dad at like 11:30 or something. Hey, Abby's shocks are done. Come over and get them whenever. He's like, all right, she's getting ready to go out. I'll be over when she gets done with this practice. Well, that's the practice that she crashed in. I had no idea all day. And we were so busy, Dustin was running the tire truck, and I was trying to help him when I could, and then just doing what I have to do. And so it was like 9:30 at night. We sat down to eat dinner in the motorhome, and I flipped on Facebook for the first time. And I'm like, what in the world? She was in my trailer at like 9:30 that morning. Like just came over to say hi and good morning, and like already geared up. Like she's just like ready to go. And just, it was so surreal for me to read that first post. I had no clue. And, I've talked to her dad multiple times. We've been in contact every day, all day long, just trying to keep updates with it. So yeah, hoping for speedy recovery for her. The outlook's starting to look better, better and better. So it was something that I definitely wanted to touch on and give a shout out to them. And then everyone that's really stepped up and trying to help out and, make sure that she's comfortable there in the hospital and all that stuff. We ended up having to run up to Sunset right after the race on Sunday. I was trying to get back through Indy before they closed visiting hours. That obviously didn't happen. We didn't get into Indy until about midnight, so I didn't get to stop by. But I might, if they're going to be there next week, I'm probably going to try to run up It's about 5 hours from the shop. So I'm going to run up there and try to go see her, but we're supposed to FaceTime later today. So yeah, hard, love and prayers going for them and speedy recovery. That entire family, they're just a blast to be around.
Awesome. Yeah, it sounds like they're not people I know real well or anything, but it sounds like awesome people. And again, it's part of the racing family. It's part of the ATV racing family. So it doesn't matter. We feel like we know everybody in this family, and obviously thinking about the family there. And like you said, it sounds like, the updates are getting better and better. So hopefully that continues. The last thing I wanted to touch on as far as impact moments go, for me, all the people, all the fans, all the racers that stopped me on Saturday to, kind of sing their praises or chat about the podcast and what we're doing here, offer some kind words and support of Digging Deep. Man, you always say you hate to make, this segment about yourself. And I sort of feel that same way at this moment. But man, I just want people to know like how much that means to me. We work so hard at this stuff. I invest so much time, and people like you do, people like our other guests who, give us an hour or two of their time on a week like this. It goes so far to hear stuff like that. When people tell us that, Digging Deep is enhancing the races for them, I hear every week that people got back into, ATV racing or riding because of the show and that kind of itch coming back for them because of what we chat about here. And yeah, man, again, I hate to make this too much about myself, but that's so special to me. So just want to say thank you to all of those people out there. I know, Casey, you've said to me a number of times that people, stop you all the time and talk about this thing. So thanks to everybody there. Let's get into the racing action then, Casey. So starting with qualifying, as always, things ended up pretty tight, almost tighter than normal. I feel like tighter than we're used to. At the end, that first qualifier was super tight. In the end, Joel Hetrick ends up with a 2:02. Chad Wienen and Bryce Ford were 2:03s, and Nick Janusa and Brandon Hogue were 2:04. So tighter than we're maybe used to seeing, Casey. And it goes without saying, but typically that means good racing heading into the motos.
Yeah, for sure. And it was cool to see it. It's kind of what we've been speaking of, in the past. I've said it over, when I was announcing at the races and stuff. We're starting to see, these guys start to close the gap on what was at one point we thought an invincible gap. It's tightening up. The entire pack is tightening up, and I think that speaks volumes for the series, for the athletes that we have, the talent that's out there. It's awesome to see, and it wasn't because the track was just one line and everyone was running the same thing. I've seen multiple lines. I mean, we've seen Bryce Ford, doubling in. I mean, it just, some wild stuff going on. So it's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just awesome racetrack. So qualifying there was we say it every week, it's status quo, but it was tight. That was what I took from qualifying. It was tighter than maybe we're used to. Conditions were perfect for Moto 1 as they were in qualifying, but conditions were perfect for Moto 1. Day was beautiful. Joel Hetrick has traditionally always shined at this Ironman facility. He grabs that hole shot, but Brandon Hogue briefly slid into the lead there for a couple sections before Joel grabbed the top spot for good, Casey. But what do you see early on in that first moto?
Yeah, I mean, Brandon stuck it in there and he put himself in the right position. You can see in a couple of the videos I've seen, Joel kind of tipped just a little bit. Brandon had a really good driver on the inside and put himself in the perfect position to get out front early in this one. Mm-hmm. But you could just tell, like, Joel wasn't there to mess around. Like, he was going to pass Brandon, whatever it took early, because he knew Brandon was riding well. And he knew, I don't know that he knew Chad didn't have a good start. And that's probably why the urgency was there so hot. Like, now I got to go. Mm-hmm. But these guys aren't dumb. Like, they're very smart racers. And Joel is in the position where he's like, I got to put these really, really fast guys right behind me to try to, keep a bumper zone there. And, it just so happened Chad did have a bad start that first moto. He ended up eventually, obviously, working his way into second. He was riding phenomenal the first moto. I would have liked to see him and Joel battle. But, for Joel, he's like, I'm putting a gap between us right now. And Brandon rode great. I mean, I don't know. I think it was a couple small mistakes or something. He ended up, kind of going back and ended up third that moto. But yeah, I mean, it was intense right off the get-go.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, you could tell that Joel wasn't going to be denied. Like you said, he kind of muscled Brandon out of the way almost in those couple rollers before the big Godzilla jump. You could tell even before Joel was even side by side with him that he wasn't going to be denied there. So yeah, that was impressive to see. He wasn't, like I said, he was not going to be denied of the lead there. For Brandon, I mean, yeah, top three, when you finish third and you're behind those two guys, obviously that's, pretty impressive. And it seems like guys like him and Bryce Ford, they're getting closer and closer to those front two, which is awesome stuff to see for us as fans. Meanwhile, like you said, so Chad Wienen was buried in the pack. They held the gate for what seemed like forever, and we'll talk to Chad about that. It seemed like they held that gate for forever, and it looked like that seemed to mess with Chad. For me, like I was even in the tower thinking, man, are they having a problem? And sometimes as a racer, you start to think like, hey, like you start to, kind of almost look to the side, like, are they going to stop us? If they're going to stop us because they have an issue, I don't want to keep burning out my clutch. But they held that thing for forever. And Chad ends up being kind of the one guy that comes out, a few bike lengths behind the rest of the pack there. What did you see off the start? Did it seem like they took forever to drop that thing for you too?
Yeah, definitely. And I never count, when the board goes sideways, it's supposed to be 5 to 10 or whatever it is. I never count. Like if I was on the gate, like obviously I'd be counting, but as a spectator, but no, I was like, okay, like, are we going to go? And so that, the question does come in your mind as a racer, like, are they going to stop this thing? So you kind of you start thinking about other things than just watching that gate flinch to know when you go. And it come down to his jump was a little bad. He got pinched really quick. I think Bryce was there. Maybe it was Rastrelli, and both of those guys came out really well. So they pinched him. And as soon as that happens, you go straight to the back, especially with a hard right-hand turn like that. It's definitely not a spot that you want to be in, but he made some moves really quick. Like,
oh yeah,
he was mid-pack by like the second turn. So
I was gonna
terrible.
I was gonna say, man, he legitimately went from 15th to 5th in a lap and a half, which is crazy because, I mean, it doesn't matter how good the track is or how many lines there are. To do that in the pro class is, I mean, think about that. Like think about, and obviously Daytona was an outlier, but it took Chad the whole race to get to 5th. He went from 15th to 5th in, like I said, a lap and a half there. So early on, I think just about after the first lap or two there, it was Hetrick, Hogue, Ford, Rastrelli, Decker. And by the time Wienen got himself to third, he got himself to third shortly thereafter. And then when he got himself into second, Joel Hetrick had already built an 8-second lead. And that's where those two stayed for the rest of the moto, basically matching each other with lap times. Case you kind of said it already, but I was thinking the same thing. I would love to see, and I was hoping for that second moto, we were going to see them come out together because they were kind of matching lap times and looked like that was going to be fun to watch. And the other thing I will say is I think that was probably the best moto we saw from Chad so far this year. I mean, he was impressive. He was moving because, it hasn't been a ton of times so far in this 2022 season where he's been basically on pace, with Joel lap time for lap time.
Yeah, definitely. And they're watching each other and they know, and, Joel probably knew pretty shortly after Chad got into second, that he was in second. And obviously Chad knew Joel was out front. He could see him enough to, know, okay, hey, he's pretty far out. I got to save some energy for second moto, more than likely, or, whatever. I don't think Chad was in the position where he was saying, I'm going to run him down. And Joel was saying, I would imagine in Joel's head, he's going, I'm just going to do enough to kind of keep this gap here. I got 2 corners on him or whatever. And you're hitting marks. You're always watching like where your competitor is and you're hitting those marks and just saying, okay, he pulled me a little bit that time. He's coming out of the corner. So let's make sure next lap he's coming in the corner or whatever. And that's how those guys are watching each other. And then obviously you have the signal area with the mechanics telling these guys what the gap is. Mm-hmm. So some racecraft that comes into that. I think these guys are really emphasized on second moto scores also, without knowing. I mean, I think we all had a good feeling the second moto was going to be a little wet. I don't think we had a feeling it was going to be the entirety of what it was.
Yeah, for sure. So as you said, I think that both of those guys in an honest moment would probably tell you they have a little bit more in the tank than what they showed us in that first moto, I would think, right? I mean,
Sure.
Chad, like you said, he wasn't going to blow himself out to catch Joel because he wasn't going to make up the 8 seconds. And Joel had no reason to be, killing himself to make his 8-second gap a 10-second gap. They were, but to see them both kind of running the same pace, it looked good for that second moto. So just past halfway there, it was Hetrick, Wienen, Hogue, Ford, Rastrelli. Those positions of that top 5 remained the same for the rest of the race. Max Lindquist, I had posted this. Max Lindquist was coming hard in 6th. He was making up the gap to 3rd, 4th, and 5th there, and kind of catching the back of Rastrelli, it looked like. And just as I posted it, just as I hit send on that play-by-play update there on our Facebook page, he ate it pretty hard after the finish line section there, kind of heading down towards the mechanics area. I was worried that he was hurt. He was hurting, at least at the time. He had a hard time. He couldn't even push his bike back onto all 4 tires, but it seems like he should be okay. He was out there in that second moto pushing quads and stuff like that, so it looks like he should be okay. But he was moving in that first moto. I didn't want that to get overlooked, and then he ate it pretty good. But it seems like he should be fine going forward.
Yeah, he was riding well. I mean, and he really started putting a charge on that second or late in the first moto, and it just I don't even want to say it was a berm. It was just like the windrow of where the tractor kind of cuts in the track, just caught him, and it ragdolled him pretty hard. I just happened to have eyes on him when it happened. I've seen Max crash pretty hard, unfortunately, and he usually just bounces right back up, and he wasn't. It was hard, real hard pack down in that corner, and I think that was what it was. Took the wind out of him. I think it banged up his hand a little bit, and it took him a second to get moving again. And yeah, like you said, it was hard to get his bike flipped back over, and pretty much after that, it was all she wrote for that moto.
Yeah, I mean, it was like slow motion. It was right because he just got over, like you said, that little windrow, that ledge of dirt there, and it just slowly, got a little sideways and hooked. And yeah, like you said, I mean, a guy that typically bounces right up, that didn't happen there. So glad that we saw him back out there. And again, seems like he was almost unnecessarily pushing that quad around in the second moto. I'm like, Max, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? So yeah, he sounds like he should be okay. So at the finish, it was Hetrick, Wienen, Hogue, Bryce Ford, Rastrelli, Janusa, Decker 7th, Wesley Wolf, Stanfield, Cody Ford rounded out the top 10. Allred, Torini, Merman, who's now on a Yamaha. DeNoble was 14th. Jimenez and Lindquist ended up 16th. So now we get to the fun stuff after that first moto. We needed to, kind of go through that first, but now we get to the fun stuff. So you kind of anticipated that people were, probably knowing that some weather was coming. I guess I wanted to ask you, was like, what was going on in the pro pits? What were they anticipating rain down there? Was people getting ready for kind of mud setups and stuff like that? Because it was in the forecast. You could see it in the sky, but there was no way to predict what we were going to ultimately see in the end. So what were people doing for mud prep? What was going on in the pro pits? Because I said to Brooke, as we're standing in the tower, probably like a half hour before that second moto, I'm like, just watch down there because people are going to start to scramble down there.
Yeah. I unfortunately wasn't in the pro pits much. I was actually running around ragged trying to help people tear their easy ups down because racing was still going on. The wind was blowing sort of towards the track. I had already told, our guys, like, hey, tear these easy ups down, put them in the truck, close the door. Let's make sure that we're not involved in any of these hazards. Helped a bunch of people, and then I ran down. And then it was like the question, do we go big tires, small tires, blah, blah, blah. It's just a constant thing that's always going on. But there wasn't a whole lot of time. If someone would have been really paying attention, these guys, they're prepping bikes after a hard first moto. That track is going to be hard on machines. It's going to be hard on clutches. They got all this stuff to do. And so I don't really feel like a lot of people did an enormous amount of mud prep. But when we got the first shower, so a lot of them had to worry about their easy ups and getting hunkered down and trying to make sure that they didn't cause a hazard to the track itself or to your neighbor. Once they got done with that, it was like the horn was blown and they were going to the track or going to staging. And then that's kind of where the mud prep went on. Everyone shows up with big tires in their hands, nothing on the bikes, or everyone's changing. Some people are changing, some people aren't. And it looked like the rain was going to pass us, like it was done. Mm-hmm. I kept watching the radar and I was like, you guys, it's going to hit us. Mm-hmm. We should get through possibly the first part of the moto. Well, it made a liar out of me. It hit us at the start of the moto. Mm-hmm. And it just, with the moisture that we already got and with how hard packed the track was in multiple areas, that next downpour, I mean, if the track would have been more open or we would have been at Sunset Ridge or somewhere like that, the next downpour probably wouldn't have made the track all that bad. But with how hard packed it was and the moisture that was already set into it, it had nowhere to go but up, and it just kept building up. And I was just watching, the corner after the finish line, you do the big roller by the tower and you come around that right-hander, and I'm just like, wow, there's a lake down there. So, some circumstances could have been probably taken care of a little bit different. Hindsight's 2020. And I've talked to multiple riders and stuff, and I'm like, man, if someone just would have went up to you and whispered in your ear, let everyone go and just cruise around, and you probably would have won a race, would you have done it? And they're like, probably not, because you never would have believed that would be the play, and that would be what you do.
Yeah. So, and I think a lot to touch on there, but I think, and I'm going to ask this to the guys that we got coming up on the show here, but I don't think that they knew anybody on the gate. I don't think they knew even maybe what we saw from the tower. Even from the tower, you couldn't tell how muddy it was, I shouldn't even say muddy, how much standing water there was. But on the gate, there's no way they knew what was going to find them on the racetrack. But like you said, so the thing about the rain, it started raining at about 3:30. It started raining 30 minutes before the moto, but it wasn't hard. It was a drizzle, kind of almost stopped by the time they're sitting down there on the gate. So the track wasn't even looking like it was going to be a real mutter. It looked like it was just going to be slippery on the hard packed that was now wet. But just minutes before this second moto leading up to the gate drop there, just minutes before the gate drop leading up to it, it starts to deluge, and things obviously elevate quickly, like you said. But man, like I said, from the tower, we couldn't tell. I could tell it was raining hard. Couldn't tell how bad the track was going to be. But man, all the standing water. I'm glad that we caught a video of it, because it's hard to even put into words. Like basically, like from our vantage point, everywhere you could see, for the most part, everywhere that was hard packed was standing water from one edge of the racetrack to the other when those guys found it on the first lap of the race there in that second moto.
And man, they took off like it was dry.
Yeah.
Like those guys, hats off to them. They got balls of steel, because they were going into it blind. They didn't do a parade lap. They all opted out of a parade lap, so they had no idea what was going to happen, and they had no idea where the water was at. And I've talked to them. I think I've given them all crap, because it's obvious that I was very pro parade lap, because I think that's what you need to know, and that's my opinion, and I can have it. Then they're all like, it wouldn't have made a difference. We probably wouldn't have made it around the parade lap. And I'm like, if you would have, you'd have to jump off the track or whatever, but you could have made it around. You would have known where the standing water was, blah, blah, blah. We could talk about it until we're blue in the face. That's my belief. But they went at that thing blind and didn't even bat an eye and just went for it. And, hats off to those guys for putting it all out there and just going for it. I mean, it just unfortunate circumstances that we ended up with. So many guys broke down very early in that moto, and then getting to see the teamwork. And then, obviously the egg in the room right now, watching, Wesley Wolf and Nick DeNoble, and even Brandon Hogue. I mean, Brandon, until that unfortunate, issue, I think that last lap was right there in the mix for this thing too.
Yeah. And again, and you can see it in some of the photos from the hole shot. It was raining so hard. It was pouring down rain so freaking hard, and the rain had nowhere to go. So Chad Wienen gets the hole shot, which is obviously crucial in these treacherous conditions. But very quickly, I realized that this is no ordinary mutter, Casey. There was so much standing water. We lost like half the field after the first lap or lap and a half. So Chad Wienen is leading, but we lost him at the end of the first lap. Like, it seems like he crossed the timing mark there. He pops up like he was leading the first lap, but from the tower, we never see him. He never gets to us. and it looks like he's going to win this race, right? And then, I mean, he's starting to distance himself from the pack, and all of a sudden he's gone. And I think that's when I realized, like, man, this isn't going to be a normal mud race.
Yeah, it's like he crosses, so that line must have been towards kind of like the bottom of the finish line there.
Yep.
So he crosses, but then we never see him. But then we don't see Joel Hetrick, we don't see all these guys, and all of a sudden here pops out Wesley Wolf and Jeffrey Estrelli, and they were riding really good. I mean, those two were battling, like literally like almost block passing each other. I'm like, you guys, calm down. Like, you just seen 4 dudes in front of you are dead stopped in the finish line corner. Just chill out and, make it around the track now.
Right.
And, obviously it continued to go that direction.
But as a racer, like, nobody knew, like on the side of the racetrack, like you and I, or on the racetrack, they probably couldn't. I mean, you can't take that killer instinct out of a rider, right?
No, you'll never be able to.
Right.
Like,
so they're trying to go 0 to 100. And yeah, but quickly, like I said, we start to realize that this isn't going to be just an ordinary, muddy race here. So Chad Wienen was leading, but we lost him at the end of the first lap. We had lost Joel Hetrick at this point. These guys would eventually get their machines back refired, but for reference, only 8 riders made it around the track 3 times. 8 riders. Half the field made 3 laps, Casey. Obviously people have seen the Rip It Up Films videos, and we've seen the highlights, and we've seen the videos of people pushing the bikes. But for people that weren't there, man, I don't even really know exactly how to explain how bad it was. Thankfully, we have video and we have pictures. There's that picture that, has been posted around. I know we posted it, of Nick DeNoble just going for it through one of those giant puddles. You can't even see the quad. You can see his number plate and water. And it's truly unreal, the conditions that we saw. And I think from the tower where we were, it was silent up there. I think everybody was like, what is going on? And I think for a lap or two, I think people thought that maybe they were going to rip these guys off the racetrack, but that would have done no good. The damage was done. I mean, these guys were already out there. Their quads had already ingested water. It was going to be basically deal with it. And man, let's let this thing play out. But at one point it looked like maybe nobody was going to finish. That's what my thought was. Like, what happens if nobody finishes?
Yeah, and that was the scary sign of it. Like, at one point I'm like, all right, just throw the checkers. And then guys start getting their bike fired up. I mean, think about how, I don't want to say awkward, but how awkward was it? Chad and Joel were sitting in the same corner on the first lap, broke down.
Yeah.
They both had made it across the line, but then rolled back down into the hole there. Yeah. And they're going around. And so, like, they both had been kind of like, okay, well, no damage done. I mean, a lot of damage done, but no damage points-wise done. They're just sitting there, and they kept fiddling with their bikes. They're pulling air filters, and they're trying to get, make sure there's no water in there. And then Chad's bike refires. Mm-hmm. Chad takes off. So the panic, and Joel had to just go through the roof. Like, oh, crap. Like, I'm sitting here. I've only got 1 lap complete. He obviously is aware that there's a lot of other guys broke down, because he's only seeing a guy every couple minutes come through. Yeah. And so he sees who these guys are. So he knows it's no real championship threat, but his championship threat just rode away from him back on course. Well, and I think that's where panic really ensued with Joel.
Well, yeah, I mean, so you talk about them, those two, the 2 championship guys sitting there on the side of the track next to each other at the same time, so it is kind of no harm, no foul. We're both here at the same time, they're both thinking, this is my opportunity to make up a bunch of points or to pad my lead that much more. So that's what they were thinking. And obviously, I'm sure Joel was thinking as Chad rolls away, like, oh my gosh, could I give up 25 points here or whatever, however many points? And now we got, this tight championship points battle again. So yeah, that's crazy. So the part that made it so hard to like track what was happening on the racetrack is, you had guys re-entering the race, but they were multiple laps behind. So there was people circulating like on paper, like on live timing and scoring, or when you go back and look at the lap times now, it looks like there was just 8 guys or 5 guys or whatever that made, the last 5 laps of the race or the last 4 laps of the race. The problem is there was guys out there, but they were on their lap 2 or they were on their lap 3. So it was very hard to make sense of the timing and scoring and what was going on there. I think you had people that weren't at the racetrack that didn't know what was going on, that thought the timing and scoring was messed up, but that's just how bad the conditions were. Like I said, you had people re-entering the race that were multiple laps behind, many minutes behind. So it was hard to figure out, what the heck was going on the racetrack. And I'll tell you, like I said, the tower was nearly signed. I think people were shell shocked with what we were seeing on the racetrack. I think people were in awe. And obviously, if you're aligned with one of these teams, or if you have a rider out there, if you're a parent, you like you're watching, there's guys out there that did 1 lap. Bryce Ford did 1 lap. Jeffrey Rastrelli did like a lap and a half or 2 laps, and their quads ingested water, and that creates all kinds of work for them. And, they only got a lap or 2 into this race. And I understand why people were kind of shell shocked for many reasons. There was many reasons as to why people were just in shock at this thing.
How about like when because Brandon was circulating, I don't think Brandon was ever actually in the lead, but he was in the lead for the overall for the majority of that race. And he's coming by like the announcing tower. I know you guys were above us. We're in the second deck there. And I'm watching him, and he's looking back up over his shoulder, looking at you guys up there in the tower, like talking, because he was like, his RPMs were so low and he was just cruising over that spot, just circulating the track and doing his thing. And so it was like crazy. What are they saying to him? Like, we can't obviously see you guys up there, but he's just coming by kind of waving and just doing his thing. And, by that point he had circulated the track enough times that he had seen how many riders were out of it. And, Rastrelli, he pushed his bike all the way from that far corner. Bryce Ford did the same thing. Like, they pushed their bikes to the mechanics area to start working on it and try. And I can only imagine like the mayhem that was going on in the mechanics area. At one point I kind of wanted to run down there just to like see it, to witness it for myself, but I've also been there. And so the last thing any one of those guys wanted was me running down there all clean and dry going, "Hey, what's going on, guys?" Like, I probably got a pit board to the throat. So I've been in the situation too many times where you got mayhem going on, and the last thing you want is someone being nosy. So just complete chaos.
Yeah, so it's funny that you say that with guys, coming by and looking around, and I'm watching Max Lindquist and Zach Decker and Vince Merman, guys that were kind of seemingly right in front of the tower there, and they're like laughing and smiling, and I'm thinking that's how bad it is. These competitors, these gnarly competitors, professional ATV racers, the best guys in the world, are literally laughing at how bad this is. It was crazy. And so like 3 laps in, and it's crazy like how long this race was taking, because some of these laps were so freaking long. So 3 laps in, Wesley Wolf looks like he's completely in control of this thing. He's got a 26-second lead over Logan Stanfield, who is also riding a masterful race. He was in second for a good portion of this thing. And as I posted during the race, wait for it, Nick DeNoble is in third. Here comes Nick DeNoble. And the next thing I know, so I think it was like 3 laps Logan Stanfield ran in second, and he was riding, like I said, a masterful race up to that point. But by simply making it to 4 laps in this race, he locked himself into 6th in the moto, which, would set him up good for the overall finish. Maybe that describes the conditions more than anything, Casey. He had to do 4 laps, and that locked him into 6th, no matter what, even though his, quad ended up shutting down on him. He made 4 laps, and that earned him 6th place in the moto and 6th overall.
Yeah. I'm watching and I'm like, holy crap. I'm like, Logan's in second right now, and, Wesley was leading, and they were, Logan did everything right for 4 laps. I mean, he was riding really just real smooth. I was watching him. He was being like very calculated and very, very cautious, trying to get himself into the higher ground when the water was real deep and get himself, circulating the track. And it's just one wrong move or whatever. And I'm not saying Logan did something wrong. I mean, we've seen so many guys break. So it wasn't like it was anyone's fault out there of someone did something wrong. It was over 50% of the field. At one point, I'd say it was almost 75% of the field was sitting on the sidelines, scratching their head on what did we do wrong, or where did we go, in the wrong position here. So it was just like a matter of who was going to break down next, or what was going to happen next. And you know, we called the race, and honestly, you think there was so much going on, and there's so much action. It would have been an easy race to call. You would think, and Mikey Waynes was there this weekend, and he's very exciting. But at one point, we're literally just talking because we don't know what to say at this point. We're watching it, you know, it looks like a jet ski race almost. You're just not sure.
Yep.
You don't really 100% know what's going on. Live timing, it wasn't being slow. It was taking so long for second position to get in, or third position, or fourth position. Guys are refiring, like we've already said, and they're taking back off. I mean, and they're, you know, completing some more laps. I mean, you can see like Max Lindquist, or like say Cody Ford. He had a 9-minute and 40-second lap time, a 13-minute and 11-second lap time, and a 4-minute and 11-second lap time.
And he finished
Max
seventh.
Lindquist.
And he finished seventh, Casey. He
Yeah,
finished seventh.
Max, and he went from 13th to 7th in 3 laps. You know, Max, the same thing, a 9-minute lap time. He was 7 minutes down, a 15-minute lap time, and then a 4-minute lap, or a 3-minute and 54-second lap time, and he got up to 8th position. And you know, we've seen these guys, you know, but they were 3 laps down,
right?
And so it's just insane. I mean,
that's what made it so tough. It was hard at one point to figure out who was on the lead lap. And like you said, so you guys were announcing the race. You were announcing the race. I obviously was not, but without, you know, I knew timing and scoring was hard to make sense of. I knew that there was no quad radio this week, and there was Rated MX wasn't there, right? So there was very limited like live coverage of this thing. So people were clamoring to me all day about that. So we didn't do live video, but I've been doing the play-by-play stuff on the Facebook page. And so I was taking that super seriously, knowing that more people might be going to the page to check that out, you know, without the other stuff going on. And I posted, and I didn't know, like, I was at a loss of words too. I didn't know how to explain what we were seeing. And I simply said, I've never seen anything like this. This was on the first lap. After the first lap that I said this, I said, there's so much standing water that 3/4 of the field are already on the side of the racetrack. And I didn't know how else to say it. So as we kind of break down, we get to the meat and potatoes of this moto. So there's 4 laps to go. And at that point, there's 5 riders still basically in the race. There was other guys circulating. I know, like you said, there was other guys that were in the race, but they weren't, they were circulating. There were multiple laps down. There was 5 guys really in this thing. So Wesley Wolf is leading. Nick DeNoble is second. Brandon Hogue is third. Wienen is fourth. And Hetrick is fifth. So I thought Wesley was the only rider on the lead lap at one point. And I'll come back to this, but it was actually he and DeNoble. Those were the 2 guys on the lead lap. Hogue and Wienen were both a lap down, but racing back and forth amongst each other. And then Joel Hetrick was a couple more laps down, but he was still circulating, and that kind of locked him into the 5th spot. So at the time, you know, this wasn't, like I said, as easy to decipher with what was going on with the lap times and who was on the lead lap and all these things. So I actually posted on Facebook as I, you know, like I said, I did the play-by-play. The 2 lap board is out, and all I know for certain is Wesley Wolf is leading and Nick DeNoble is second. And Casey, I don't know about you in the tower. Like, you guys were obviously, like we've been talking about, you were a level below us in the tower, but it felt like there was no way that Wesley Wolf was going to lose this race without a mechanical, at least. Is that what you guys were thinking too? It looked like, I mean, there was no doubt in my mind, as long as his quad stayed running, he was going to win this race. And in my mind, that seemed like a no-brainer.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he was, you know, he put himself right in the position he needed to. And he was there. I mean, and he had a good gap going, and he was just doing like the right thing. And I've been to a lot of GNCCs, and I don't know that I've ever seen a GNCC that had this much standing water. Now, way thicker mud, they have creek crossings, you know, so they've gone through standing water that was probably deeper than this at times. And, you know, but they didn't, I talked to Johnny and I've talked to Wesley, they didn't do anything crazy mud prep wise. Like, they really didn't have the time. The way everything went down, they were all kind of going to that moto thinking, hey, this might miss us, is more or less kind of what I thought. So there wasn't, for the keyboard warriors, are like, oh, they should have prepped better, and this guy, blah, blah. Like, it didn't go down like that. Like, you had to be there in the circumstances. You got thousands of dollars of easy ups and awnings blown all over the place. So You were focused on trying to get that stuff done, and then it was like, boom, rain. Oh crap! Now we got to go to the starting gate. So, but Wesley rode very smart. He did everything he needed to do. It looked like he was well on his way to getting his first moto win, and I think it would have put him second or third overall.
Yeah, for sure. So again, the gnarly rain didn't start until moments before this thing was going to drop. It really didn't. And it starts to pour down rain, and I'm like, man, this is bad. And like you said, I've been monitoring the rain. I said to Brooke, I said, hey, I think we should get to the tower because it's going to rain, and I don't want to be caught out, trying to get to the tower from the truck or whatever, while it's pouring down rain. So the wind picks up, we make it to the tower, and I'm watching the radar, and I say to Ian, as everybody kind of congregates up there, I say, man, I think this is going to get gnarly all of a sudden. I'm watching this big red blob on the radar, and it obviously hits and takes everything to another level. But the gnarly rain didn't happen until right before this thing. So there wasn't a ton of time to prep, because the riders have to be in staging 20 minutes before that moto, before the gate drops. They have to be in staging 20 minutes before that. And that didn't give them very much time. And like you said, the wind's picking up. We know a storm's coming. Everybody's trying to rip their awnings down and their tents down. Don't want to ruin everything there. So yeah, there wasn't much time for that. But the lap time, so we think Wesley's going to win this thing. The lap times actually tell a completely different story. On the second lap of the race, Nick DeNoble ran the fastest time of anybody in the race with a 2:51. His next lap was a 5:09. We'll talk to Nick coming up and ask him what happened there on that lap. But that set him way back, and it basically removed him from our radar. But every single lap after that, every single lap that followed was around the 3-minute mark or just under that. And he started taking huge chunks out of Wesley's lead. And at the halfway, so I'll tell you this, at the halfway point, at the halfway mark, Wesley had a 1:21 lead over DeNoble. That was his biggest lead of the race, so 1:21. So obviously, like I said, we're thinking he's got this thing in the bag. Nobody's going to be charging up through these conditions. The next time around, which was 2 to go, it shows you how short the race really was, given how long the lap times were. The lead had been cut in half. It was down to 42 seconds. As the white flag came out, it was all the way down to 15 seconds. But I must admit, I didn't even really know at that time how close it was, Casey. I wondered, even after the fact, if you guys in the tower knew, man, here comes Nick DeNoble. This race is getting close. Because for me, I realized it before the checkered flag flew, but it wasn't long before the checkered flag flew that I thought, man, we might have a race on our hands.
Yeah, and in all honesty, I hate to admit it, but we really didn't. At that point in the race, it was kind of like, all right, Wesley's got this in the bag. And then I started looking, and I'm like, well, shoot, Nick's in second. But the gap was, at lap 5, the gap was 1:21.
Yeah.
And so, we really didn't know, and we weren't, it was kind of like one of those things like, I don't know. That's a big enough gap. I'm sure at this point, Nick's trying to do his thing and just, get it to the finish line. What an awesome story. Nick gets second in this moto.
Yeah.
But little did I know, Nick's out there doing heel clickers and jumping 95% of the jumps, right, and really going for it. And he started putting in time and made up time. And here he is, at lap 7, he's in second place with 15 seconds down. By lap 8, when he crosses the finish line, he was 5 seconds ahead.
Yeah.
I don't even think Wesley knew that was the pass for the lead. I think he had no clue. A lot of people, Nick was off the radar in a sense of what he was doing on the track and how fast he was actually going. And the timing was a little bit slower because the lap times were so slow and there was so much going on. It was shuffling so quick. We had no idea, in all honesty, what was about to transpire.
Yeah, and I figured that. So I'm studying eScore. So it's the last lap. I'm studying eScore, and as I'm waiting for them to kind of come around, I noticed that the gap is 15 seconds. I noticed that Nick DeNoble is 15 seconds behind, and there's no way to trick eScore. I mean, eScore is crossing. It's checking these guys off every time they come by. So I'm thinking, I knew very well the lap before it was 42 seconds, and now it was just 15. So I look up, and just as I look up, they're kind of coming into the past the bridge and doing that little jump and coming up to where we can kind of see them at the top of the racetrack. And I see that Nick is now ahead of Wesley Wolf. And, I see that and I'm starting to realize what, I'm about to witness. And the wild part about all this is nobody knew that Nick DeNoble had, was going to win this race, had won this race. So I'm holding my phone up, like, so I'm going to see the screen of my phone just as I see Nick cross the finish line. And I'm like, man, if his name pops to the top of the list here, I'm going to go berserk. Like, he actually won this race. And I can realize that nobody around me, is realizing this. And I say to Ian, I'm like, Ian, I think that Ian Harris from SSI, I think that DeNoble is going to win this race. And he kind of just stares at me like, what? And sure enough, Nick DeNoble crosses the finish line, and everybody, like, Wesley was right behind him. Everybody thinks Wesley won. And I'll tell you, like, even the flagger thinks Wesley won. So Nick actually got the white flag. He got the white flag twice. Wesley comes in right behind him 5 seconds later. He gets the checkered. And I say to everybody, in the tower, I kind of turn around and exclaim to everybody that Nick DeNoble won. And like I said to you prior to this, it looked like, I was speaking Spanish or another language to these people. They looked at me so blankly, like what? Nick DeNoble won. We watched Wesley lead this whole race, and Wesley did everything right. Wesley, he was trying not to ingest water. He was riding a smart race. He had a 1:21 lead with a few laps to go. He was doing everything right. The thing is DeNoble was the ultimate wild card. He had nothing to lose. He had, he came back for this one race. He had been on an 8-year retirement. He was out there just for fun. He didn't care if the bike broke. He didn't care if he ingested water. He didn't care what happened. He's out there going for it. And you could tell, Casey, I said earlier that the lap times told the story. You could tell by Nick DeNoble just the way he was riding. He was going for it while Wesley, he was kind of getting to points of the track where he was tiptoeing through the standing water and whatnot, trying to make the thing to survive. And again, he did all the right things, but Nick DeNoble was going for it. And man, I felt like I won the moto when he crossed the finish line and won that thing. It was amazing to see.
Yeah, me too. And, I've known Nick for so many years, and I know you have too. And, we kind of all grown through that era. And for me, like, I see you running down the tower, and I'm like, he really won. Like, you told him, and he's like, holy crap. And like, I think I was the next person pretty much to him as they come up the hill. And I'm like, no way. Like, cause I serviced his shocks for him Friday night. Like, just they were clapped, the seal heads were leaking and stuff. And so I'm just like, Nick, just let me fix some things a little here. We're not going to make no drastic changes or anything, but let's get you tuned up so it's at least safe for you to be out there. And, I don't want to see him go out after 8 years off the bike. He's relatively healthy and all that good stuff, go out and end up injured over something stupid. So we did that stuff, Saturday or Friday night, and got to, hang out and shoot the shit with him and, see his wife and his kids and everyone I've known for so long. Mm-hmm. And so I think it was just like a surreal moment, like even for me or you, like, we know Nick, we've known him forever. You guys were, competitors back in, pro-am and amateur day stuff. So what an awesome story,
dude. So
such a cool thing.
So I go to the edge of the tower, and as I'm holding up my phone and trying to break, I'm like, I think he's going to win this race. I turn around, exclaim to everybody that he won. I'm floating at this point. And I look down, like, as I start to kind of go, like I'm going to go down the stairs of the tower, and you step out and look at me, and I'm like, Nick DeNoble won. And you go right back into the tower. And I assumed that you were questioning it too. Like, I was wondering, what you were thinking when you saw it pop up on the screen that DeNoble won. I'm assuming you were just trying to verify that this actually happened.
Yeah, I just ran back in and looked at the screen one more time.
Right.
Because one, I wanted to see if he did win, where his overall was at.
Okay.
And then two, I wanted to know for a fact, like, because I hadn't seen Wesley, like I seen Nick come across and it popped up that he won. And so I ran out of the tower too, but I hadn't seen Wesley come across. And so I was like, wow, what's going to happen? Because now this is going to change the game. Chad was in third, so is Chad going to end up second? So I ran back in, Wesley crossed, Nick won. So then I ran back out, almost died going down the steps, just as you did,
right.
And give Nick a big old muddy hug. And I'm like, no way, like, you just won this thing. Yeah. And he still was barely reacting.
Yeah.
Like, he had no clue. I don't think he believed it. He had no idea what was going on yet.
Yeah, so we'll talk to Nick on the show. Nick had won this race and he didn't even know it. He didn't know that pass was for, position or for the overall win when he got by Wesley. So Nick didn't even know that he won this thing. And my very first thought, I didn't want Nick to be robbed of that. So I run down to the edge of the track and I start running down there and I want to let him know that he won this thing. And I'll never forget the moment. So I said, Nick, you won, you freaking won. And he looks at me almost blankly and says, I won? And then he starts to rip up the hill there, and you are the next guy that meets him and congratulate him, and it's starting to hit him at that point, but he still can't believe it, and he looks back at me and says, how about that for a Cinderella story? And in my mind, man, I'm like, you cannot make this stuff up. That happening is what makes it such a story, and a story that'll never be forgotten. And again, and I think I said this to you already, I don't know if we said it since we started recording, but Nick DeNoble winning the race is what makes this a memory that'll never go away, because otherwise it would have just been a crazy muddy moto. The fact that it was a crazy muddy moto, all the standing water, and the fact that Nick DeNoble won Moto 2, man, like I said, what a story. You cannot make this stuff up.
No, definitely. And I mean, for Nick to come back and win, obviously the conditions were less than stellar, but just for him to get that experience, Nick had never won a moto. He'd been on the podium and stuff like that, and had a lot of success in his career. He won pro-am races, and he had an awesome career. Got to ride some really good bikes. He rode for Walsh Racecraft for years, or for a couple years there, and just awesome stuff. And for him to take his 2012 race bike that he sold, he got it back. He really hadn't done nothing to it. And to show up there and to race and to win a moto. We were calling Doug Gus Saturday night. That Doug probably rightfully and smartly didn't answer the phone because Nick was on another level. But Chad came over, Saturday, evening or whatever after the race and congratulated Nick. And I think that stand up of him, everyone kind of gave him a pat on the back and everyone embraced it for him. And I think that's the most important thing. And it goes back to, the camaraderie between these guys. Like, they were pumped for Nick. And, I'm sure Wesley wasn't super ecstatic for Nick because it just his first race went away.
Yep.
But at the same time, Wesley's a very mature, hard worker. And so he's seen it as I think we did, like, hey, good job, dude. You killed it. I don't know if we'll ever see Nick ride another ATV again in his life because, where do you go from there? You don't get any better than that.
No, you cannot top that. And I've been saying, Nick was the winner of this race. He didn't win the overall. He got fifth overall, which is amazing. He goes 14-1 for fifth overall, which is amazing that Nick DeNoble put it in the top 5 overall. But he was the winner of this race. When people 2 years from now or 5 years from now or whatever, when we're reliving the memory of Ironman 2022, Nick DeNoble is going to be the rider that we remember. He's going to be the rider that we remember winning this thing, even though he didn't win the overall, because that second moto story was just so amazing. So let's do this. Let's get Nick DeNoble in here, and then we'll resume our analysis of this crazy moment in ATV racing history.
We'll get right back to the show, but now a word from our sponsors. And thank you for listening to these ads. Without these great companies, none of this would be possible. Show your support for the people who support us. We used to speak of a CST takeover, but now 2022 is the year of CST supremacy. CST's Pulse MXR tires are the choice of Joel Hetrick, Jeffrey Rastrelli, and Nick Janusa, meaning CST tire riders are in contention for pro class wins and a possible podium sweep every time they hit the racetrack. CST tires are also the official tire choice of the Digging Deep ATVMX podcast, but you already knew that. I, your host Cody Jansen, helped pioneer the CST takeover with Pulse MXR fronts and white label soft compound rears on my way to back-to-back national championships and a pro sport podium to cap off the 2021 season. The Pulse MXR tire, available in soft and standard compounds, offer the highest level of traction, most predictable cornering, and superior wear characteristics when compared to the competition. Did I mention they offer contingency payouts as well? Visit shop.CST Tires to join the CST takeover today or prepare to be beat by someone who did. Joel Hetrick, Jeffrey Rastrelli, Nick Janusa, myself, and so many more believe and trust in CST Tires. Do you? You already know we're Team Blue Crew now more than ever here at the Digging Deep ATVMX podcast. And whether it's 8-time and reigning ATVMX Pro Class National Champion Chad Wienen, who with his next championship will become the winningest champion in ATV motocross history, or 7-time and current XC1 Pro ATV GNCC National Champion Walker Fowler, who is now tied for second all-time in titles won, it's clear the podium-proven Yamaha YFZ 450R is the winning choice of sport ATVs. This continued and unprecedented success for the Yamaha YFZ 450R, its unrivaled quality and performance, and the undisputable fact that Yamaha is the leading OEM supporter of ATV racing has resulted in an ever-growing Yamaha takeover within the sport quad market. Best yet, Yamaha's Blue Crew Racer Support Program is back and stronger than ever here in 2022, meaning Yamaha riders will once again cash in on payouts and prize opportunities, including a chance to win a brand new YFZ 450R. For more info, head over to YamahaBlueCrew.com, follow them at Yamaha Outdoors on social media, and check out Yamaha's full proven off-road lineup at YamahaOutdoors.com today. SSI Decals is a name synonymous with ATV racing, synonymous with big-time success, and absolutely synonymous with the best-looking decals around. An offshoot of their parent company that was established in 1947, SSI first took shape from owner Ian Harris's passion for ATVs. With what started as just making numbers and decals for riders like Chad Wienen, the company quickly took off, and today you couldn't imagine ATV motocross without SSI decals. The graphics maker and designer now supports all the top teams in ATV motocross, as well as teams and riders racing GNCC, Work Series, Pro Motocross and Supercross, Canadian Pro Motocross, short course off-road trucks, UTVs, snowcross, and, oh yeah, 6-time world champion top fuel drag racer Clay Milliken. No project is too big or too small for SSI Decals, making your identity stick with championship level graphics. Head over to SSIDecals.com today and then maybe call the doctor because things are about to get sick. The Digging Deep ATVMX podcast is brought to you in part by DID and their wide range of championship winning chains. From the street to the track and everywhere in between, DID chains are designed to give you the optimal riding experience with great performance and increased chain life. Consistent to the core, pick up your box of reliability today. DID, what drives you?
We are proud to be partnered with Namura Technologies. Since 2001, Namura has led the charge in the ATV and side-by-side market, covering more applications than anyone else in the industry. Namura's advanced piston technology uses a NASA-exclusive aluminum alloy that helps to reduce expansion rates, allows for tighter tolerances, and leads to higher overall engine performance for your machine. For more information about Namura's wide offerings of pistons, rings, gaskets, industry-leading top-end repair kits, and recently added connecting rods, visit your local dealer or online at www.namura.com. Namura Technologies, your one-stop shop engine component supplier. We are pleased to be partnered with Bronco ATV and UTV components. Bronco has been an industry leader in replacement hard parts and accessories for all makes and models for over 15 years. With a catalog that includes a full line of electrical components, engine internals and cylinders, shock and suspension parts, winches, clutch kits, valves, carb kits, bearing kits, and drive chain parts, Bronco is your hard parts source for whatever you need for whatever you ride. Available exclusively through distributors around the world, visit your local dealer or online at broncoatv.com. Forworks Carbon's innovative lightweight products include top-notch seat covers, carbon fiber and plastic hoods, gas tank covers, exhaust shields, shock guards, and much more. Whether you have an ATV, UTV, or snowmobile, Forworks has the goodies that will improve your ride and make you salivate. We trust Forworks for increased function and a sexier look, and you should too. Forworks Carbon, always working hard to bring high quality and innovative parts to the market. Check them out today at fwcarbon.com.
All right, guys, I'm still grinning ear to ear in the wake of the events that unfolded at Crawfordsville, and this guy is the main reason why. Brought to you by our friends at Blendzall, the oil choice of the Digging Deep ATVMX podcast. To learn more about Blendzall's rich heritage or to shop Blendzall's full line of racing lubricants, visit Blendzall.com and follow them at Blendzall on Instagram. I still can't believe it, but say hello to your Moto2 winner from Ironman and top 5 overall finisher, Nick DeNoble. Nick, does it feel real yet?
Hell no.
I said this to you before I hit record on this thing, Nick, but I said to Brooke a few times on the way home, like literally 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times on the way home. Man, I can't believe Nick won that race today. I've been saying it the last few days. I've been saying it to my family, the crew at the shop. I've been saying it nonstop. I can't believe Nick DeNoble won Moto 2 at Ironman. I still can't believe it, dude. You gotta be riding the high still.
Yeah, honestly, I can't believe it either. It's been a lifelong dream to me, back when I was racing full time, and man, we kicked some ass that second moto.
Dude, you did. So, and that was my first thought is this is Nick's first moto win. You raced all those years consecutively, pushing, nonstop, doing this thing, go on an 8-year retirement, come back, and you win the first moto of your career, dude. It's unreal. It feels like a dream for me. I can't imagine how it feels for you.
Yeah, it's a dream. It's a dream that I'm still trying to wake up from, honestly, and man, it's what can you do besides laugh?
Right. You had a loss of words. It's awesome. Well, we'll get into that. So we'll get into the end of the day as we go here. We'll get there, but let's start the story of the weekend from the beginning, because you told me that on Friday, you're watching the amateur practice and you're walking the track and all that stuff. And, you got a little nervous heading into Saturday. Is that right?
Yeah. So I've never been to Ironman before. So that was one of the reasons why I wanted to go there and race, Yeah. And sitting there watching that amateur practices on Friday, those guys sending that big jump in the middle, I was shitting bricks. I really was,
It looks so big from the side. You're better off when you're on I said this to you on Saturday, you're better off when you're just on your quad. Just let me go ride it. Let me go jump it. I'll be fine. The more you have to think about it and watch other people do it, the scarier it gets.
Yeah. And then watching them all day long, it's like, and then watching some ace it, and it's like, oh my goodness, it's going to be good.
Yeah.
But then Friday night, me and Jen and the girls went and walked the track, and we walked up that Godzilla jump and all that, and that landing of that other one. Man, this is the most intense track I've ever been to. Other than Unadilla, it was insane. Standing on top of that landing on the tabletop, coming back into the main track, dude, the thing was G'd out, like coming back into the hill. I was like, holy shit, this is some gnarly stuff.
Yeah. My fear always jumping back onto the track there was like bouncing and having yourself get a little sideways or something. Like that was my biggest fear there.
Yeah.
Never had an issue, but was my biggest fear.
Yeah, that would be a pretty nasty crash if you did that. Yeah. And I've seen a couple guys during that qualifying and kind of case a little bit, kind of swap just a little bit. Like, man, I don't know if I'm going to hit this thing or not, but go out wide and just launch her, bud.
Yeah. So in reality, Nick, you had nothing to worry about. I said last week, that you possess this raw talent, as much raw talent as anybody I've ever known. So with no laps in the last, 9 or 10 months, you take this, right to the track, you go right to the track, you look like you belong there. 14th in qualifying, 14th in the first moto. In that first moto, Zach Decker was standing with you and I after the moto and said that first moto was as gnarly and competitive as a moto as they've had all season. So you were out there for that. Tell me about that, the first part of your day as far as the racing goes, and how fast the class seemed, I guess, compared to, racing at 8 or 9 or 10 years ago. Because Zach Decker said that you kind of got the best from those guys. So tell me about that.
Yeah. I was pretty nervous going into the qualifying and but I've been on the pro gate plenty of times before, so I know how to push the butterflies away and go for it. And man, those guys are fast. Those guys are fast. And I don't know, qualifying went good. Qualifying was decent. All I really wanted to do was just hit all the jumps. Just to get that over me. And then as soon as I knew as I could do that, then I was good, you know.
Well, you kind of put that chapter behind you then, right? It's like, as soon as I got everything jumped, okay, now I can just ride.
Yep. And I just rode, you know, I mean, I was just, like you said, I haven't touched a quad since Red Bud last year.
Right.
And I mean, I started it up and drive it to my brother's house down the road, you know, and that's pretty much it.
Oh my gosh. The story just keeps getting better.
Yeah. And I just, first moto, you know, I went to the far outside. I wish I'd have went to the inside.
Okay.
I really wish I'd have went to the inside, but it was kind of difficult because all the quads were backed up over, you know, behind the gate.
So it's hard to get over there. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm not a dick where I'm like, hey, you know, get out of the way, you know.
Yeah, so move out of the way from me, you know.
Yeah.
This is my day.
Yeah. You know, so I just went onto the far outside and came out almost dead last or second from last. And as long as I made it past the hole shot, I was good. I wanted a hole shot, but I knew I wasn't gonna get it from the outside because they dug that hole shot deep, you know. I bet you that was probably 8-10 inches deep.
And the hole shot there is such a disadvantage on the outside. I mean, you have no chance.
Horrible.
Yeah.
And it was, yeah. So anyways, long story short, first moto, it was good. You know, I just came out. I wasn't going to try keeping up with the guys the first couple laps because I would have just wore myself out. Because no lie, in qualifying, I did 4 laps after I hit the jumps. All the jumps the second lap. Then I put in 2 sprinter laps and my arms were jello. I pulled into the pits, pulled into the mechanics area, told my mechanic, Nick, I was like, dude, I got to take 10, you know, went in there. I took probably a 2-lap break and just went out. But, but if I knew in the moto, if I would try sprinting the first couple laps, I would have been cashed.
You and I talked about that ahead of time. Yeah. You just needed to go out there and ride your race. Yep.
And so that's what I did, you know, but luckily there's this number 101.
Cesar Jimenez. Yep. Cesar Jimenez. Yep.
And me and him had a pretty good battle there for a while. Well, I wouldn't say a battle. I was right on his butt pretty much the first half of the race. Made a pass, and then he got me back, and then he cased the Godzilla jump pretty hard.
Oh, is that what happened? Yeah. Okay.
Well, let's be real. There's really no landing to that jump, you know. And
that was a talk all morning from all of the guys, is that there was no landings on the whole track.
Yeah. You know, the landing on that jump sucked, and all you were doing, you were just blowing out your shocks every time you landed. We Hetrick, all those guys, I guarantee it, they were, you know. Anyways, that 101, he landed hard and his hand came off in his face. It looked like it bit the handlebars. I was like, holy shit, you know. So I went to the outside, passed him, and then that was it for him. You know, he fell back quite a ways. So ran it, you know. I knew those guys were so far ahead of me. I wouldn't say so far ahead, but you know, they're a good way. So I wasn't even gonna waste my energy to try catching those guys.
No, Nick, what stood out to me is that, you know, you looked like you belonged. That's how it looked to me watching this thing play out. And I saw you dicing it up with Caesar there. And then it looked like you said, like he suffered some kind of something. It looked like he was hurting. And you looked like you belonged. And there was a couple other guys that presumably would have been behind you in the race, right? And they ended up pulling out even before the first moto there. So yeah, I mean, the race is crazy competitive, the class is crazy competitive, and you looked like you belonged. That's how that first moto looked to me.
Yeah, and it was good, you know. I mean, like I told you guys on the last episode, that my main thing was just to finish the motos, you know.
Yep.
I wasn't got tired, dead, you know, tired, you know.
Yep.
I was just cruising on my own. I was by myself, you know.
Yeah.
So it was what it was, you know, and it felt great, you know. It felt great to line up with those guys again. And one gate drop, I was like, shit, that got done. finish one more and we'll call her quits.
Yeah. Well, so that gets me, Nick, to the point that I really want to hear about. So I really want to hear about Moto 2. Dallas, roll the clip from last week. But what if it were to rain, Nick? What if it were to rain? You put this thing on the podium before it. We talked to Nick Janusa earlier. It rains. We talked about it rains every time we go to Ironman. So what if it were to rain and you're, you get a whole shot and you're up in the mix, man? Like, what if? So I said, what if it rains, Nick? I said, what if it rains? And boy, did it ever rain. So I've never seen anything like this, Nick. I've never seen conditions like this. I think everybody in the tower after the first, lap or whatever was thinking that, like, I think everybody was in disbelief. They thought they were going to shut this race down or something. What were you thinking when you're on the line for Moto 2, when this rain is pouring down? What were you thinking at that point, buddy?
Oh, man.
Were you thinking, hey, this is my shot, this is my opportunity? Is that what you were thinking?
Honestly, no. I was just sitting there thinking, damn, this rain's cold.
Dude, it was pouring.
It was downpouring. I'm not gonna lie, I did one race identical to that, which was 2008 in Unadilla back in the pro days. It was only Pro-Am and Pro who ran. Mm-hmm. And it was just like that, identical to it, but they cut, when I was in Pro-Am, they cut the Pro-Am down to 2 laps only.
Oh my gosh.
That track was,
Mm-hmm. So the thing was when you guys like even went down to the line, it was raining, but it wasn't like, deluge downpouring, right? It was like the track wasn't even going to be a mud race. It was just going to be slippery.
Yep. So I was riding around on my pedal bike before second moto, and I seen people putting duct tape on their air boxes and shit. I paid for my quad, my motor, all that stuff. Yep. I didn't care, honestly. I knew it was my last race, and honestly, I didn't bring nothing with. I had one set of tires and wheels. Yep. I wasn't gonna bring the stockers with, but I was looking at the weather and didn't look that bad. 60% chance. So I was like, we'll just run smallies,
Okay.
And so anyways, so prepping for that, knowing, it got windy and stuff, so we had to take our tents and stuff down. And man, it was badass. It was literally, when I seen it downpouring when we're sitting on that gate, because it was just a little drizzle, it was just a little drizzle when we were sitting down there waiting. All of a sudden she downpoured. Mm-hmm. I was like, damn, this is cool. This is motocross. Mm-hmm. You can't have a perfect track every moto, mm-hmm. Like everyone thinks they need to. Yeah. It's motocross.
Yeah. Well, hey, and the way that it rained, the way that it all played out, the way that it rained is going to make this race one of those races that people remember forever.
Yeah. It was cool. Yeah. So it started downpouring there. And then I think it lightened up probably like a couple laps into it, right? I believe.
Yeah, it did. It wasn't raining like it was at the beginning throughout, but like at that point, at least like for us, I don't know how it was for you guys on the racetrack, but for us, like, I mean, and I shouldn't even say you guys, because there wasn't that many of you circulating by then, right? But for us, like, it was just, man, I'm just watching guys drop like flies, like it was hard to even keep track of what was going on, Nick, so, cause like for you, you didn't necessarily get a stellar hole shot. No. And that was the thing, like when I proposed this, what if you, in my mind, I was like, what if you get a good start, you put it up front and then you kind of stay at the front for the whole race. For you here, like you didn't get a stellar hole shot, but then guys just start dropping like flies. You went from 10th the first time you guys passed the finish line to 3rd by the second lap around. And by halfway, you had rose all the way to 2nd. But did you have any idea like what position you may be in? Like, tell me about that. Cause there was so much going on. Like for people that weren't there or didn't see this, there was quads everywhere. There was quads on their grab bars, people trying to get their bikes started, people pushing their quads up the middle of the racetrack, all these things. There was so much craziness. Timing and scoring was no help because there were such big gaps. I was just trying to think, like, did you have any idea where you were in positions while you're on the racetrack there?
So the first lap, it was carnage, it really was. And I knew not to run roll-offs or
Yeah.
regular tear-offs, because roll-offs, well, you're just,
Get
it's
water
not mud.
behind them. You get
Yeah.
water behind them in the junk.
It was just water. It wasn't mud. So
Right.
roll-offs ain't nothing for you.
Right.
So I ran those laminated tear-offs.
Yep.
Luckily, I kept my goggles on until the third lap, which
Oh, wow.
helped me huge.
Sure. Yeah, because then you're almost in clean air by the third lap. You're by yourself.
Yep. But anyways, back to the first lap. I remember on that back stretch where you go underneath that bridge, and there's a huge monsoon going between a roller and a double. And that's where everyone was really slowing up and they're just rolling the jump. So I jumped it, and with the blue Yamaha, I think it was number 51.
Yeah, Patrick Turini. Yep.
Well, he must have stalled his bike or something from rolling the jump.
Okay.
And well, I couldn't see shit,
Yeah.
So, but I knew where I was going, and I came off of there and just panic grabbing because he was sitting right there. And I ended up, my front bumper jammed into his grab bar. My front bumper's all bent in and
That's
shit.
what happened to your bumper. I was wondering what happened there.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So that was the first lap, and boom, jammed into him. And there's a huge Escalade right there, And I believe I was probably like fourth or fifth after that first straight in first place. And then you hit that and you hang a right and you hang a left right before those rollers.
Yep.
And I went to the inside and all I seen was water. So I didn't know what the rut was. So I kind of jumped into it and I caught the rut and it flung me off to the side to the right.
Okay.
And I seen Rastrelli go by me. He just missed me. And that's all. Him and Hogue, I think I seen go by.
Okay.
So jump back on, I got her started. And by that time, I don't know, people were everywhere.
Right. Well, yeah, like that's how it was from the side of the track. You could not tell who was where and what was going on. Like there was people, everybody's on different laps by a couple laps in. It was crazy. But the amazing part to me was the lap time. So on lap 2, you ran the fastest lap time of the race. You were the fastest rider in the race pretty much throughout this thing. So what happened on lap 3? Was that when this thing just happened that you were just talking about? Because you ran a 5-minute lap time on lap 3.
Okay. So lap three, I got a rock stuck my left front brake rotor.
Oh, did you really?
My front tire was locked up I blew that berm after Godzilla, and my front tire was locked up all the way down to the left, to the right, that big triple in the middle, and through those chicanes and coming back up to that bridge jump,
Yep.
And I tried stopping and getting out multiple times, the tire would come loose. I was like, oh shit, we're good to go. I'd go, she locked back up.
Sucked back in, sure.
And finally I got past all that because all the water was sitting there. And I went up on top of a lip of the jump and just rolled it backwards all the way to the bottom. And the rock finally popped out.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, because I thought my race was done then, but I tried probably 5 or 6 times trying to get this rock out of there, and just kept on getting stuck again. Finally, I came out, I found it, threw it out, and I had no front brakes, but off we went, boys.
Well, I knew it was something big that happened because you were running, the whole race, you were running 3-ish minute lap times, and that 5-minute lap is really what sets you behind. And then it took you off of, everybody's radar, right? Because you were far enough back that nobody was thinking about you as, really even in the lead pack. Like at one point I was questioning, are you on the lead lap? And obviously you were. So, but that's the crazy part. Your times were so crazy consistent despite the horrible conditions. And you were clearly the fastest rider on the racetrack. So at halfway, you were 1 minute and 21 seconds behind Wesley Wolf. With 2 laps to go, the next lap, you were only 42 seconds behind Wesley Wolf. At the start of the last lap, again, 1 lap later, you had gotten the gap down to just 15 seconds, and then you passed Wesley for the lead and the Moto2 win on that final lap. So I'm fascinated to hear about this. Did you know, did you have any idea when you were passing Wesley Wolf that was position and it could possibly be for the lead?
No, honestly, I had no idea. I remember seeing Stanfield and Hogue.
Okay.
Because me and Hogue went back and forth on a couple turns.
Yeah.
And finally, I got that rock out of my rotor.
Yep.
And I went on the inside of him after Godzilla and got past him. Went past Stanford. And on that final lap, I seen the 2 laps to go, and I just 2 laps. Let's hammer it.
So
I literally had no idea. You know, I mean, you guys, my quad was running perfectly fine, absolutely perfectly fine.
That's crazy.
I actually stuttered there for about 10 to 15 seconds, a little bit in because I hit a huge water puddle.
Okay.
And other than that, she was solid. Anyway, go back to the final lap. Come across that finish line, I seen a bike that was going pretty good yet, you know.
Okay.
So I was like, well, if I see a bike that's going pretty good, he's got to be in the race. Everyone else is, you know, sitting here watching. And ended up caught Wesley pretty fast. Went past the mechanics area, hang that right for Godzilla, and he sprayed the shit out of me, you know, on top of Godzilla. And I ain't having that anymore. You know, I had no goggles on.
Right.
So I passed him going down that tabletop, coming down back into the track on the outside. I mean, I was hauling. I was hauling down that hill. That's where I made a lot of passes, actually, was down that hill.
Okay.
People say I cut the track and this and that, whatever. Take that first place and put in your pipe and smoke it.
Dude, so, and again, and I said this to you, you know, as we were conversating before I hit record here, but you were the fastest rider throughout the entire race. Like, you didn't luck into winning the second moto. You were the fastest rider the whole time. You ran the fastest lap of the race. Like, I don't know what it was. I mean, you were just dialed in again. And I've been saying this all week. You were the ultimate wild card because you had absolutely nothing to lose. So,
yeah.
You know, as there's pressure on other guys and they're wanting to limp their quad to the finish line, and they're wanting to get as many points as possible and whatever, you had none of that on your mind. You were just trying to go as fast as you could. And so I sat there and I'm watching this race, and people that were questioning, you know, that you got this done legitimately after the race to me, I sat there and watched the whole race, and I watched Wesley. Wesley did nothing wrong. He rode a beautiful race, but everybody, you know, with 3/4 of the racers found themselves on the side of the racetrack. So Wesley, with a big lead, probably thinks he's going to win the race. He starts to save the bike. He's really tiptoeing through some of the water spots and whatever. And again, he was doing nothing wrong. 90 times out of 100, he wins that race. If Nick DeNoble doesn't come out of retirement, he wins that race. Yeah. But you had nothing to lose. And by you having nothing to lose, I watched you ride your tail off. You were going for it. You were sending it the entire race. So in my mind, when you ultimately win this thing, I didn't know that part was coming, but hindsight being 2020, you going and ripping the way you were, it was like a no-brainer to me. By watching the way you were riding versus watching the other guys riding, you were the fastest guy. And ultimately it all came together and you won the race. But it was by anybody that was watching you, and maybe it's because I'm your buddy and I was focused on you still being out there, but the way you were riding, your riding style, the way you were charging into stuff, there was no doubt in my mind that it was legitimate.
No, yeah, it was, I was blowing through the puddles. I wasn't going around them. I was hammering in the middle of them. I was still charging the corners. I was still tripling into the rollers. Jumping this big water puddle, tripling and doing whatever I can go through there, you know. And like I said, it's all my equipment. I knew it was my last hurrah. Mm-hmm. Give her the balls, boys, you know.
Yeah. Yes.
It was. And I gave her the beans. And it I felt great. I felt so good that moto, Cody. I didn't get tired one bit. You know, I was just so hyped up because, I mean, people say, you know, horrible track prep and stuff. What are you going to do with a clay track? Would you rather them till it up right after the downpour so it's just a mud hole?
Oh,
no. You keep it packed down so the water runs off of it. Halfway through the moto, half the water was pushed off or ran off, you know, by the last 2 laps, it was a pretty decent track. You know, yeah, there's water puddles and stuff, but runner.
Yeah. So it was mass confusion in the moment, you know, up in the tower, as like I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on. But shortly before the finish, like I realized, I think, what's about to happen. So laps earlier, I thought Wesley may be the only rider on the lead lap. And then I realized that, you know, you two were the only riders on the lead lap there. You were the other rider other than Wesley on the lead lap. It was just you two. So when I saw the gap down to just 15 seconds, and then I saw, you know, and I knew very well that you had just been 42 seconds behind. So I see that it's down to 15, and I'm like, man, he's coming. And as I put this together, you're probably midway through your last lap. And I look up and I see you ahead of Wesley at this point with, you know, just a couple corners to go. And that's when it hit me that you were about to earn the first moto win of your professional career. So I turn around and I think it was Ian. I think I say to Ian Harris from SSI, like, man, I think DeNoble's going to win this thing. And he like looks at me like, I don't even know that he said anything. Right. So I go over to the edge of the scoring tower of the tower where everybody's standing. And I'm like watching the finish line, and I have my phone up. So I'm going to watch the screen just as you come across the finish line. And I'm like, man, I think Nick, when he crosses the finish line right here, his name is going to go to the top of the board, and he's going to have won this race. Yep. And that's exactly what happened. So I turned around and I exclaimed to the rest of the tower that Nick DeNoble just won. And everybody else looked at me like I was speaking French. Like you were so far from everybody's radar that nobody believed it. So the one other thing I'll say before I continue this is even the flagger, Nick, really gave you the white flag. He gave you the white flag and gave Wesley the checkered flag. Everybody at the racetrack thought that Wesley was the winner of this race. And so I exclaimed to everybody that Nick DeNoble won. Everybody thinks I'm speaking a different language by the look they're giving me. And my very next thought was, Nick probably has no idea. He doesn't realize he just won this race either. And not wanting you to lose out on, be robbed of that moment, I start to run down the stairs, and I don't even barely remember, but I run down the stairs and I want to greet you. And you really didn't know that you won the moto at that point, did you?
No. I remember seeing the white flag. Yeah. Seeing the white flag and then coming around and seeing the white flag again. Yeah. I'm like, what the hell? Yeah. And then I look back, and then the checkered flag, I was like, well, no one lapped me or passed me, Yeah. So I had no idea, I seen the 2-lap white flag, and I expected the checkers. Yeah. And I got the white flag again, and well, then I look back, I seen the checker, so I just pulled off to the side, and I seen you coming running down. You're like, Nick, you just won. I was like, in my head, I was like, shut the fuck up, Yeah,
well, yeah, you said to me, I won.
And then you came to me the second time, and you're like, dude, you won. And Casey Greek came up to me and said that. I was like, dude. And I think I said to you, I was like, talk about a Cinderella story.
That's exactly what you said to me. So, and when I was at the top of to put a cherry on top of that, like, I think I cracked the code that you won this thing literally before anybody else. So I'm screaming at the top of the tower, Nick DeNoble won the race. Nick DeNoble won. And Casey, the announcers are underneath me. They're one level below me in the tower. And Casey comes out and he just looks up at me. And I said, DeNoble won. And he walks right back into the tower with the mic saying, DeNoble won the race. Like, I think everybody was just trying to make sense of what just happened. It's amazing. Like and again, my thought was, I just wanted to get to you and be the one to tell you that you won. Cause man, I was so hyped. I felt like I won. That's how happy I was for you.
Dude, it's unreal. It really is. I've never seen a retired pro come back, race pro, just one race, and fucking win. and win the second moto.
I can't believe it, dude. I can't believe it. It'll never happen again. It'll never happen again.
It'll never, ever happen again.
No.
Ever.
No.
And if so, I don't believe it, because once the people are out of racing, because I tried talking to Creamer into coming in and racing this pro with me, and he goes, "No, I'm done. I'm never stepping foot on the quad again." He goes, "You'll stack up pretty decent." I was like, "Come on, once they retire, they're done, and but I've never been to that factory ride point, with the pressure and stuff. I mean, I've had pressure from my dad and my mom from family owned teams, but man, I love ATV motocross.
Yeah.
I love it. And that's why I bought my quad 3 years ago, because I had to get back into it, do it a couple times, but no, it'll never happen. It'll never happen again.
Dude, weird. just to be, for me, even like just to be there and be a part of that moment, truly a moment that will live on in ATV folklore forever. It was so incredible. Like I said, I mean, this is one of the, there's dirt bike, races and memories, like Ricky Carmichael lapping the field in 06 at Millville and stuff like that. The crazy the Daytona Mutter in 2007, where, with Chad Reed dying with just a, couple corners to go and Wyndham gets the win there, stuff like that. This is the ATV version of that. This is the ATV version. Nobody's ever going to forget about this. The videos and pictures and everything else, they're legendary. The videos of, how stoked you were after the race, and the pictures of you, with literally you can see nothing but water in your number plate or water in your helmet. It's unreal. It'll never be forgotten. And you're the star of that show. You're the star of that memory. And I said this to you already. I know you didn't win the overall, but you're the winner of this race. And I think in people's memory, you're going to be the winner of this race in the memory banks for people. It's crazy, dude. I still can't believe it. I've been thinking about it nonstop. Because this is the coolest thing for me.
Man, you and me both, like I told you before the show, it's pretty emotional to me, and I've teared up and everything else about this, cried to my wife about it, because it's just so it's so mind-blowing, mind-blowing and so unexpected. All I was expecting to do was finish the motos, not go out and win the second moto. And people say, people pull to the track, people are off the side of the track and this and that. Well, guess what, you guys, that's motocross.
No.
And
like I said earlier, Nick, you didn't luck into it. You were the fastest rider of the whole race.
And you guys, like I told you, I ain't bullshitting you. I didn't prep for anything. We didn't tape anything up. Absolutely nothing. I had a foam filter, open air box lid, my bottom air box, the stock air box, but there's that bottom little dust cap on the bottom.
Yep.
I was missing that.
Little bladder was gone.
Yep.
Oh my
no top of the air box, foam filter, and just pounding them puddles.
And that was going to be my next question, is what you did for mud prep, because you and Wesley were the only two guys that I can figure, kept moving throughout the race. And it's unbelievable that you just lined up as you had that thing and it kept going, and you weren't trying to save it. You were going for it the whole race.
Cody, I really wasn't trying to save it.
I could tell by the way you were riding. You were sending it the whole time.
Look at the pictures.
Oh, I know.
Of one puddle. Oh, dude, that puddle picture is so badass.
Yes. Oh, I told you already. You got to get that thing blown up. I mean,
it's just, that's the way it was the whole moto. And it's just, that's what happens when you run carburetor versus EFI.
Like I said, you were sending it, and rightfully so. You had nothing to lose. So, so tell me, like, was there, or what was the most special aspect or moment of all of this? Like, it has to be, and I witnessed this, but it had to be your family's embrace after the moto, right? Your wife, Jenna, the girls were so freaking jacked for you. You could tell they were just excited to be there with dad in that moment. That had to be the most special part. And then after that, Nick, like the just in on social media, in person, that big mosh pit of people, there was and still are, there are so many people that are so extremely happy for you. And that's got to be an awesome feeling too.
Yeah, it really is. And, man, yeah, it was great. It was great with the kids and Jenna, seeing how happy they were. But literally, Cody, it didn't sink in, like I really didn't think it happened.
Yeah.
It was,
I'm here to tell you it's real, pal.
It was someone pinch me kind of moment.
Yeah.
And, man, it was just so great doing it in front of my girls and Jenna and my sister and my brother-in-law and her kids, and man, it's just, you put your heart into it.
Yeah.
You put your heart into it, you're gonna get what you want.
Well, and Nick, for me, like, it's cool that somebody who, you were strictly there because you love it, and that's what makes it that much more special. Is your only motivation was to go there and have fun and show your girls you can go do anything, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And then for me, Nick, to see how happy Jenna was, that got me too.
Yeah, she I put her through a lot the last, with my blowing out my knee and everything, and lying to her, saying that I'm gonna just buy the quad to hang it up. She knew what was gonna happen, and I gotta thank her a lot. I love the woman to death, and for her to let me go out there, and I spent I'm not gonna say I spent a lot of money getting my bike ready for Ironman, but I spent more money than what I wanted to go race, and for her to let me do that, which wasn't a whole lot, I guess. I don't know, a helmet, some tires, I don't know.
Right. Yeah, but it adds up. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but for her to say, yeah, let's do this. It was funny. We filled out my pro card exactly a month before that.
Okay.
And we hit okay, and I got the email back confirming it. She goes, I can't believe you're signing up for the pro card.
And you won. Here we are, and you won.
Dude, it's so surreal, and it's just, man, it was just, I can't give it up enough to my family, and I don't know. I just wanted to show the girls you can do anything you want, you know.
You did that to the nth degree, showed them that you can do anything that you set your heart out to do. And I knew some of what you're telling us, right? And that's why I thought it was so cool that Jenna was so happy, and she was just as happy, Nick, after the first moto. She was just as happy when you didn't pull off. She's like, man, she said to me, I can't believe he kept going the whole time. He killed it. And then, fast forward, a couple hours, and you win that second moto, and just all that support, man. It was the coolest thing.
You say that I win the second moto. It's just like,
it's wild. It's wild.
It's wild. Crazy. It is absolutely crazy. Because I trained my tail. Well, I'm not gonna say I trained my tail off when I was racing pro consistently, but to come out to a race just to have fun and to see my family, my ATV racing family and everything, and to be back in the pro pits, like I told you, I'm racing with the big dogs again, the big boys.
Yeah.
you know, and
Yep.
that's all I wanted. This weekend for sure was probably going to be my last weekend, you know, and me and her talked about it, and it was just, man, to top off my racing career with a Moto 2 victory.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
It really is, man. The story will live on forever. The story will live on forever. And
I don't know. It's I just can't believe it, man.
hey, how many people can say that they won their last pro race, Nick? I mean,
yeah.
that's unreal. And like I said, the story will live on forever. And like you were kind of touching on there, but that evening you texted me and said, man, this is it for me. This is officially it for me. The quad is going to be hung in the rafters of the shop. Is that the plan?
Yep. That's the plan. Otherwise, well, my choke is stuck in because of all the sand and all that stuff. So
the whole thing would have to come apart, obviously. Yeah. If you're gonna ride it.
To do anything with it. So yeah, she's gonna get hung up in the rafters. Otherwise, if one of my girl, like all my girls want to race, you know, maybe I would put a 250 motor in it and pass it down to them, you know, but I don't know if I could do that. It's just I got so many memories on that four-wheeler. Mm-hmm. Shattering my foot in 2012 on that quad.
Yep.
And oh man, it's just unbelievable. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, so you know how it's basically a trophy. So you know how like people question why people have trophies, why they keep trophies, and the reason that people keep trophies or plaques is because it's a remembrance of that event. It's so I can look at this plaque or whatever and say, oh well, I remember that race. You know, this and this happened, and I won or whatever. Well, that quad is now turned into a trophy for you, and every time you look at that four-wheeler, you're inevitably going to remember the best day of your racing career. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, it's going to take you right back to that feeling you got during the race and all the happy memories afterwards. And I mean, man, you got to hold on to that thing for forever, whatever you do with it, but you got to hold on to it forever because there's no way, it's priceless to you at this point.
Yeah. It's just unbelievable. And I don't know, man, it's awesome. I gotta give a shout out to all the other pros, you know. It was an honor racing against them guys, coming back, not getting too much crap, you know, about how I'm going to humiliate myself and stuff. Cause I had a couple guys say a couple things, you know, and, I think that second moto showed them. And, you know, after that race, only a handful of the pros came and congratulated me. That just shows you, I don't know. I don't know how to say it, you know.
I know what you're saying though. I think that I think it would be easy for some guys to maybe take offense almost to the fact that you waltzed in and raced one race and you ended up winning, right?
8 years.
Oh, trust me.
Pro class.
I know it, dude. I know it. But at the same time, I said to you on the last episode, that you're as naturally talented as anybody I've ever seen. So it doesn't come as a surprise to me on conditions where other dudes possibly struggled, and, you know, and then you put in, you know, people were having problems with their bikes and everything else. The fact that you just were able to go out there and ride, you rode off your natural ability and we saw what you were capable of. I mean, none of it, I mean, as crazy as it is, at the same time, I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, well, if anybody was going to do it, it's Nick, you know. You're right. Exactly. So it's crazy. I appreciate
it, man. And I appreciate everything. It was unbelievable. It was the cherry to my Saturday. Mm-hmm. Not my Sunday, my Saturday.
Yeah, man. I truly could not be happier for you. This is one of those moments in the sports history that's going to stay forever. I mean, and you, I mean, to me, cemented yourself as legendary status at this point. Like, who comes out of retirement and wins like that? It just doesn't happen. I don't know what else to say other than that. You know, this story, you coming out of an 8-year retirement, winning this last race to put a cherry on top or a bow on top of this career of yours. Man, 5th overall, that too. You finished 5th overall, dude. Like,
I didn't know that either.
You can't even make this stuff up. It's truly unbelievable. I mean, I just, again, I can't overstate it. Like, there's nothing else for me to say, but I can't overstate how special this is.
It's unbelievable. It really is. Yeah. It kind of sucked I didn't get an interview on the podium and stuff, because of all the finishing and drama with top 3 riders. And kind of upset about that, you know. I mean, I guess it is what it is, you know. But would have been pretty cool to get put on TV and stuff on that, you know. Yeah. And but man,
hey, well, everybody wanted to hear from you, so we'll just lead them to the podcast here because I again, I've said this already, but I had more people than ever saying, "Man, I can't wait to hear this podcast. I can't wait to hear this race review." Yeah. So, man, it's awesome, and it's one of those things. Yeah. Anytime you need to relive the memory, you just come back here and listen to this episode.
Yeah, pretty much, you know, and man, it's still hasn't sank in. I'm still looking at pictures and the video of you coming down to me and the video of my sister taking me rolling up to the podium and stuff. It's just sitting back and thinking, like, man, did that really happen? Yeah. Did that really just happen? And man, it was great. It was awesome. It was awesome.
Yeah, I'm proud of you, pal. I truly couldn't be prouder. I've kept saying this, that, you know, if I didn't see it with my own 2 eyes, I don't know that I would have believed it.
No.
But man, it's real. This is real life. A moto win and a top 5 overall finish after, you know, basically nearly a decade away from the sport. What a moment that we'll truly never forget. So man, this has been awesome to relive it with you. This is awesome. Yeah. I mean, I wish it could never end, you know, it just, what a memory, and gotta obviously congratulate you. Again, I couldn't be prouder for you. And man, just spending some of your time with us, sharing these awesome memories. It's just so awesome to see how happy the memory makes you, you know, like that's truly special to me. And man, like I said it already, you're a legend. You're a legend. This is a legendary moment. You cemented yourself as legendary status at this point, man. What a freaking awesome story. You cannot make this up. This is what Disney movies are made out of.
Yeah, exactly, man. I appreciate it. I really do. And if it's cool with you, I got a list of people here on the show.
Of course. Yeah, let's do it.
Most and foremost, I want to give a shout out to my wife, Jenna, and my 3 kids, Kylie, Ashton, and Charlie. They've been behind me my whole racing career. Well, Jenna has, and then the kids, in podcasts before, seen the trophies and stuff and national champion, and doing this in front of them, just, man, it's just you know, it just makes me want to break down in tears because it's just such a great thing for children, your own children, to see. Anyways, I'm gonna get past that. I love you, Jenna, Kylie, and Ashlyn, and Charlie. Another shout out to Nick and Alicia Zeke, and Nick was wrenching for me. One of my good buddies from around town here. I sponsor him on dirt bikes and stuff. Brother to me. Shout out to them. My mom and dad, my sister Heather, Matt for coming down and seeing it, my brother Eric for being my mechanic, my whole racing career, you know. You guys, I guess I'm just giving this shout out because I am truly hanging my boots up after this. You'll never see me again out there. Get all choked up here.
It's okay. If you truly knew you were going to end it.
Yeah.
You
know,
couldn't have ended it with a better exclamation point.
exactly. I appreciate it, man. And on we go here. I want to thank Dan Sexton from Deja Vu Racing for hooking me up with that sweet gear. I don't know if you guys seen it or not. I was running the Rainbow Unicorn's first moto, second one. That doesn't show dad. I don't know what does.
That was the story, right? The girls got to pick it up.
Exactly. All the girls picked up my gear. This race was all about them. I thanks to Deja Vu for that. I want to thank Ian Harris at SSI. Guy's been behind my back 3/4 of my racing career. And man, I can't say enough of great stuff about that guy and his family in the business and everything. Always stood behind me. I appreciate it, Ian. I want to give a thanks to Grip Gloves for hooking me up last year and still running them. My hands weren't falling off and we're holding on tight. Jay Goebel and Casey Greek over at Impact Solutions. My shocks weren't touched since 2012. Yeah, think about that. And Casey,
hey, you won the second moto on shocks that haven't been touched in a decade.
Yep. I brought him into Casey on Friday. He goes, dude, these things are so whooped. You got to send them in. I can't work on them here. So he tossed some new nitrogen in them and called it good. So thanks to Impact Solutions because I've been with them guys for a couple of years, and great people. Mike and Nate Walsh. Man, what can you say about those two? Look at what they're doing to the industry and what they made the industry, and thanks you guys for everything you've done for me, my whole racing career. Jansen Motorsports. You guys got me started into racing from day one. Backed me all the way to the last day. And appreciate it, you guys. I really do.
My parents cried, as you are right now, because they love you like a son, and it's reciprocated. They know. My mom was telling someone today that every time she sees you, every time she sees Nick DeNoble greets her with the biggest bear hug. Yep. And so just so you know, that all goes both ways. The way that you represented my parents' business, my parents' brand, Jansen Motorsports, was phenomenal. I mean, this is family. I love you like a brother, so appreciate that.
Huge shout out to Joel and Lisa and Cody and Dallas. You guys were family to me my whole racing career, and got me a lot of hole shots. Back in the day. I want to thank Digging Deep. I want to thank you, Cody, for being such a great human being and so loving and caring and supportive. I love you, man. I really do.
I appreciate that, pal. I love you too.
A shout out to Cody Shelton, my buddy Cody. He made a special trip down there to come see me come out of retirement, and it was pretty cool. He came over and then he watched me win the second moto with my wife and kids and sister and brother-in-law and everything. And shout out to Cody, man. Love you, brother. And all my fans and supporters, all the believers, everyone who backed me. And I'm sorry if I'm missing names and stuff, because I'm going to be real, I didn't have a whole lot of sponsors for this race. And, but this is pretty much my whole career. I want to thank everyone, my fans, the supporters, family members, everyone who backed the 1-2-3 kid. And we got her done in 1-2-3. And that's it for me. You know, you guys, I love you guys. And might be a little while till you see me at the races, but who knows? I may come and watch here and there. But man, I just can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
You left your fans, you left ATV motocross fans, you left Nick DeNoble fans, you left the ATV motocross community with a memory that nobody is ever going to forget. Your name has been cemented in ATV folklore for forever. The story will forever be told about Nick DeNoble coming out of retirement and winning a pro race at a pro national against the most stacked class. We've been saying on all these shows how stacked the class is. Nick DeNoble shows up and wins the second moto in, you know, these legendary conditions, all these things, man. The story is amazing. You're amazing. What an awesome time this has been. What an awesome memory. And
yeah.
I'll tell you, as this thing ages, this is going to be one of those stories that we tell again and again. So someday you and I, however many years from now, are going to be doing, you know, a flashback episode talking about the time that Nick DeNoble won Moto 2 at Crawfordsville. It's amazing.
And only riding 3 times in 3 years.
It's amazing, dude. I can't thank you enough for your time. This has been so much fun.
One more shout out.
Yeah.
I want to give it to Joe Bird. He was my mentor for half of my racing career, and how awesome that was, knowing that he was at the race and seeing me get my first pro podium.
Yeah.
Pro win.
Yeah.
And him being there and hugging me after, and it was just, I appreciate it, Joe. Everything you taught me, man. Oh man, like I told you, Sarah, I love you too, brother. And man, I just love everyone, and I just can't thank everyone enough, man. It just doesn't seem real. It still doesn't. You know, here I am in a hotel room because I'm working on the road. Came back working Monday and living on the road again. You know, and man, it's just unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
Dude, it's exactly like you said. You're never gonna hear that again.
No, that's what makes it such a good story, dude. I don't know if I said it off air, if I said it on air. I've been talking about this race for hours now, but the fact, like, if Chad Wienen would have won, you know, the moto or whatever, he did win the overall. But if Chad Wienen would have won, if Joel Hetrick would have won, if, you know, even if Brandon Hogue would have won the race, Wesley Wolf, whoever, the fact that Nick DeNoble won the race is what makes it so notable, what makes it so legendary, what makes it such a story is that Nick DeNoble in the standing water moto of 2022 at Crawfordsville came out of retirement, won the moto. The fact that you did it is what makes it such a story. So the story will live on. You're a legend. I can't thank you enough for doing this. I love you like a brother. And man, this is not the last time that we're going to get together to talk about this. So I look forward to the next time because this has been so much fun.
It's been great. And if anyone's looking for some preseason training, come up to Wisconsin. Us Wisconsin boys will show you how to ride the mud and stuff instead of going down into the dry, you know.
Hey, I always said that I was a good mud rider because I rode in the snow. I rode so many times, so many hours, hundreds of hours in the snow. That's what made me have good throttle control and a good mud rider.
Yeah, you know that, and then springtime and everything, you know, with the rain. So it's man, to bring that home for the Wisconsin nights, it's
it's wild, dude. Well, hey. I can't thank you enough for doing this. Congratulations on a day that you will never forget for the rest of your life. You will always tell the story about that day. And man, to relive it with us here without digging deep, Nick, without digging deep, before digging deep was a thing, you don't get that interview on the, and I'm not trying to, talk up digging deep. That's not what I'm doing here, but I am, grateful and honored what we're doing here because we let Nick, we give that opportunity for you to talk and get your story out there and tell it and all that stuff that, you didn't get a chance to do on the podium.
Exactly.
That's what digging deep is for. And again, like I said before, this story, people, you talking about it, people will be forever able to listen to this here. And that's special to me.
Yeah. And I appreciate all the times you put me on here, and been out of racing for so long, you feel like you're a nobody. And then you go back racing, you get interviewed on here, and it just brings you back up to life. And man, you brought me back to life and getting me on here. And yeah, there's no interview with the podium and stuff, which whatever, we got it here. And man, so many people are going to hear it, and I hope you guys love it. And I just love all you guys. I love all my fans. I really do. And man, it was a hell of a run we gave them. And I just want to thank everyone. And that's it. That's it for the 1, 2, 3 kid, you guys. I'm still sore today. Sunday was so bad. My wife and kids had to help me get out of the camper, get into the truck, get out of the truck. I was so sore. I was moaning and groaning, and it was not good. And then yesterday, Monday for work, man, my old man goes, "Come on, old man, you still got it in you?" I was like, "Not today." It's I'm over the soreness. Time to enjoy watching the kids do it now. And yeah, just man, what an unbelievable story.
Yeah. Nick, in my role now with doing, as a journalist or whatever you want to call digging deep, I cheer for good stories, and you couldn't have given me a better story. And then to have the personal connection I have to you, obviously always pulling for you, but that was amazing. And, you coming on the show and the posts and the coverage and all that stuff that at least I give you, you deserve all of that. I'm doing that because you deserve it. And again, this would have been an awesome story if, any past rider comes out of retirement and did this. This would be an awesome story, but it's that much cooler for me that it's you. Yeah. If that makes sense. If it wasn't me, and I mean this, if it couldn't be me, there's not one other person that I would have rather it been than you. So amazing. And I don't know, there's nothing else for me to say other than that. I'm so proud of you. I'm so stoked that it happened. I'm so stoked that you relived it with us. And man, next time we talk, we're going to be talking about this too.
Yeah. And man, unbelievable.
You won. That's awesome.
Hey, I fucking won, you guys. After 8 years.
It's wild. It's wild.
It's just crazy. Just unbelievably crazy, man.
Yeah, it is.
I appreciate everything. And man, oh man, what a career.
Yeah, what a career.
What a way to go out, I was not expecting that.
Of course you weren't, Nick.
All I was expecting was to finish the motos and hopefully a whole shot. Man.
Hey, but we spoke this thing into existence. I said to you, hey, what if it rains? What if it rains? And you're like, hey, you're like, I'm like, it rains every time we go to Ironman. And you're like, really?
Really? Yeah, because I've never been there, And it was just like,
hey, what if you turned what if into, hey, I won. I won. It's incredible.
man, unfreaking believable.
You can't top this story, Nick. What a memory.
It really is. Honestly, you guys, thanks everyone. Thanks for the text, the messages on Facebook, Instagram, at the track. Man, unbelievable. Unbelievable. I was just so dumbfounded that honestly Saturday it didn't feel real. And I'll tell you what, I celebrated Saturday night pretty good. And I felt it Sunday, but anyways, I love you guys. I love everyone, and I appreciate everything you guys have ever done for me, and love you guys.
Legend. The legend has spoken. Nick, thanks again. Congrats again. And man, we're going to do this again sometime in the future. Talk about the day that you won Moto 2 at Ironman. You're the man, pal. I can't thank you enough.
Hey, thanks, Cody. And thanks, everyone, especially you, man, for putting me on. It's so awesome being on this. You know, it really is. You know, it's an honor.
You deserve it. You deserve it. You're the man. Awesome, man. Well, congrats again. And we'll talk to you again soon. All right, pal?
All right. Appreciate it, man.
That's Ironman Moto 2 winner, Nick DeNoble. I'll say it again. Nick DeNoble, Moto 2 winner at Ironman, right here on the Digging Deep ATVMX podcast, brought to you by Blendzall Oil. See you, pal.
Take her easy, buddy.
As the #1 podcast in ATV racing, it's only right that we partner with the industry leaders in suspension tuning. Insert Impact Solutions. Impact Solutions is a full-service ATV and side-by-side suspension center specializing in the revalving and service of your motocross and off-road suspension. With over 25 years of elite-level knowledge, experience, and testing with riders of all ages and ability levels, Casey Greek, Jay Goebel, and the Impact crew strive to exceed clients' expectations for service and setup. Impact Solutions is the official Elka Suspension Service Center of the United States, offering unmatched product knowledge and experience. Whether you're in need of service, parts, warranty, sales, or technical support, Impact Solutions has you covered. Head over to impactsolutionsatv.com or give them a call today.
We interrupt this program for a special news bulletin.
The following message is brought to you by Manscaped.com. The Manscaped engineering team has outdone themselves this time, creating the Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer, now available for purchase in the US and Canada. Join over 2 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped, an official sponsor of the Digging Deep ATVMX podcast, with this exclusive offer of 20% off and free worldwide shipping with code DIGGINGDEEP20 at manscaped.com. I'm one of the first people to try the new 4.0 and I am blown away. This thing is next level. What sets this trimmer apart from all the rest? The Lawnmower 4.0 gives you the ability to turn the LED spotlight on and off when needed for a more precise shave. It features a new multi-functioning on-off switch with travel lock for those of us who like to travel. And my favorite, the new trimmer allows you to customize your trim with 4 different guard lengths, an upgrade from its predecessor that only featured 2. If you're listening, you know that good tools are a must, so wait no more to get the best tools for the job. Get 20% off and free shipping with code DIGGINGDEEP20 at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com by using code DIGGINGDEEP20.
Hey everyone, this is Larry Mills, president of DP Brakes North America and proud partner of the Digging Deep ATV MX podcast. We at DP Brakes are a longtime supporter of ATV racing and the world leader in sintered brake technology, dominating the ATV world for decades by supporting the best four-wheeled racers on the planet. This year's lineup includes Jeff Rastrelli, Mark Baldwin and Baldwin Motorsports, Ford Brothers Racing, Nick Janusa, and many more, including Mr. Digging Deep himself, Cody Jansen. Plus all the top 17 GNCC pros such as 7-time champion Walker Fowler, Bryson Neal, Hunter Hart, Cole Richardson, Jared McClure, Adam McGill, and previous champion Chris Borich. These top riders continue to appreciate the high performance and impressive durability that their DP brakes have to offer, products that ultimately help place them on top of the podium week after week. DP brakes are available through www.dp-brakes.com, or you can purchase them through your local Parts Unlimited stocking dealer, or you can even message us, myself, Larry Mills, or DP Brakes on Instagram or Facebook. And if you have any questions about product or sponsorship support, please ask us. We are waiting for you. Join the best ATV riders in the world equipped with DP Brakes, and have a great year, everyone.
Nearing 2 decades into the brand's existence, Factory 43 is back and better than ever, continuing to make major waves in the ATV world. For the 3rd consecutive season, Factory 43 is the official aluminum parts choice of the Phoenix Racing ATV team, providing their state-of-the-art Evo Nerf bars, MX-style front bumpers, and grab bars for 2-time champ Joel Hetrick. If you're in the market to upgrade your Nerf bars, bumpers, or grab bars, head over to factory43atv.com to see their full line of industry-leading products available for all makes and models. Head over to factory43atv.com today.
Success in the ATV MX world is similar to what creates financial success as well. The right people, the right advice, and more importantly, hard work and the benefit of an ongoing relationship as situations change and adversity is experienced. Do you have the right financial advisor to help you reach your goals? Haymauer Financial Group can create a personalized, goal-based plan to help your family prepare for whatever life brings. Call me, Scott Haymauer, at Haymauer Financial Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services, at 920-338-8150. That's 920-338-8150. Offices located in beautiful De Pere, Wisconsin, with registrations and clients nationwide.
All right, back here talking the craziness of Ironman with Casey Greek right here on the Digging Deep ATVMX podcast. And Casey, an entirely new layer to this, and you kind of touched on it already, was the Brandon Hogue aspect of it all. So remember, Brandon had been 3rd in the first moto. He rode awesome in that first moto. And he and Chad in that second moto are battling for 3rd and 4th late in this one. They're on the same lap as each other. They're battling for this thing. And that was for the overall win. And with 1 corner to go, Brandon was in position for the first overall win of his professional career. It seems like, we're going to see redemption win for that one that was snatched from him at Daytona that he was so close to getting earlier this season at the opener, but it wasn't meant to be. He broke a ball joint with the finish line in sight, and there went that overall win. I don't even know, maybe you guys did because you have that screen in the announcing tower. At the time, I didn't know what that meant, but man, to have him lose out on that is that's another heartbreak for Brandon Hogue.
Yeah. Yeah. In a craziest situation. I mean, probably one of the slowest paced race I've ever seen.
Yep.
They probably jumped less stuff and less obstacles than I've ever seen in a professional motocross race, whether it's dirt bikes or ATVs, whatever it is. And to have what happened to him happen is just like bizarre. And then the crash, as hard as he did, when it went down, it was just insane. And so, but the DNF, technically, I mean, he didn't. All right, he did DNF because he ended up getting towed in, but he had completed enough laps to be 4th in that race.
Yep.
And he did it really, I mean, securely, because Joel only did 5 laps, so he ended up doing 7 laps, and Chad made the pass on him there when he was down. So, his last lap time was almost 10 minutes long. So, but, Cinderella story, he still ends up on the podium, chipped his front teeth, kind of bleeding, kind of like he looked almost a little dazed, and it could be from the amount of water that they probably were soaked with. Like, he was pretty pale looking when he first got up there, and his color kind of started coming back.
Yeah.
So, it's not a Cinderella story because he did end up losing the overall in that situation, but to still end up on the podium, I mean, you got to take some of the highs from it. He was riding really well all day. You can't say a bad thing about his entire day besides that last lap with 1 corner to go, unfortunately. But no, just bizarre that went down. I mean, I guess my emphasis on it from the technical side is like, holy crap, how did that happen in that race where typically, you're not jumping and you're not banging berms and stuff to have an issue like that. It's insane and mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, I mean, typically in a mud race, they're basically, like I always tell people, like they're the safest conditions, right? Like you're not going that fast. You're not going to hook anything real hard. If I fall off, if a rider falls off, shouldn't be gnarly. So he gets spit off. And the other thing was, and I was trying to make sense of this after the race, typically you don't have a mechanical failure like that in a mud race. I think of a ball joint being stressed in hard, a real hard pack, stressing, that kind of front tire situation. We're really putting pressure on that thing. Obviously that wasn't the case in the mud. I don't know, maybe the grit and grime and water and stuff like that can affect it. Then we would see Brett Musick have the same problem with his machine teammates. And there's more to the story there then in my mind, because, typically like a ball joint doesn't go like that. It doesn't go in those conditions like that. So I wonder if there was something else going on, some, faulty ball joints, or they were trying to run different ball joints or something. But yeah, a killer for Brandon Hogue. He still made the podium, solid consolation prize, but another win that he was so close to that he could taste it. That's 2 this season for Brandon Hogue, Casey, heartbreaker. And like you said on the podium, he looked pale. I know he was hurting. He was bummed that he just got this race win snatched from him. And like you said, if that wasn't enough, adding insult to injury or injury to insult, it's the tooth situation. So T's and P's to Brandon, obviously, but he ends up 3rd overall. And yeah, I'm just a crazy, like, again, that's all going on. And at the time, I didn't even necessarily know to what extent that was going on, like that he was in position to win the overall. But a whole nother layer to this. I guess it would have been that much more memorable of a day if he would have won the overall.
Yeah, for sure. Nick DeNoble wins the moto. Brandon Hogue wins the overall. Chad and Joel still end up on the podium when they're sitting in the, the last corner on the first lap together.
Unreal.
At one point there was 4 guys tied technically for the overall. Brandon Hogue, Wesley, Chad, and Joel were all tied with, I think it was 38 points. I have a picture of it. 38 points at one point in time, and then there was some shuffling, and then it was like 3 of them were tied for 41 points for the overall. I mean, it was just insane, how tight the scores were, because, that first moto win for Joel is what saved him on the day.
Yep.
That 25 points, getting that extra 1 point was a difference between, honestly, 3rd, or what did he end up, 2nd, and like 5th overall. It was really, really tight on how it all went down. And, for these guys, or for Joel, the best thing that could ever happen was Nick DeNoble winning that 2nd moto.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
It evened the playing field so much, because Chad made up 2 points, but Joel made up 3 points the first moto. He loses 1 point on the day when, it could have been a disastrous day. So,
yeah,
Joel owes Nick a pat on the back for that one.
Yeah. I mean, 32 points. To think Nick DeNoble scored 32 points on this day, it made some of the fantasy stuff. Digging Deep ATVMX fantasy was wild, because, and I couldn't believe that as many people picked Nick DeNoble as they did. Corey Ellis, big Nick DeNoble believer. I couldn't believe it, but you look at the scores and they're huge, because Nick DeNoble, your tier 4 rider, got 32 points on the day. It's amazing. But like you said, in reality, he stole a lot of points out there that somebody else could have grabbed, a rider like Chad Wienen maybe. And that was the best case scenario for Joel. So Joel finishes 2nd overall. He was 1-5 on the day. So Chad Wienen, he gets the win with 2-3 scores. He gets the overall. We already talked about Brandon Hogue. He ends up 3rd overall, consolation prize for the win that was snatched from him. And then behind him was near winner Wesley Wolf. He was 4th overall by way of 8-2 moto finishes. And of course, Nick freaking DeNoble, again, ends up 5th overall with 14-1 moto finishes, which was absolutely amazing, Casey. So kind of moving on from that, we talked in depth on the DeNoble part of this. Let's talk to Chad Wienen. We got him on deck. Let's talk to him, talk about a crazy day for him, and getting the first overall win of the season for him. So let's get him in here, and then we'll come back one final time to finish deciphering all this craziness from Ironman. All right, guys, this next guest bested the rest of the field to grab his first win of the season at Ironman, brought to you by SSI Decals, making your identity stick with the best graphics and decals in the industry. Check out SSI's new and improved website to get started today at ssidecals.com. Say hello to your reigning defending, undisputed, and 8-time ATV motocross national champion, Mr. Chad Wienen. What's up, Chad? Thanks so much for being here. Always a pleasure to have you join us here at Digging Deep.
Hey, absolutely, Cody. Good to be on. It's been a crazy year, and top it off with the last moto that we had this year is probably the craziest of them all. So we're gonna have some fun talking about everything that goes along with that.
Yeah, for sure, Chad. We got a lot to talk about. It's been a minute since we had you on. Last time we had you on, it was celebrating that 8th title of yours, which was awesome. But yeah, crazy season so far, culminating with, obviously the most notable moto I think that we've had so far. But man, for you, like, you got to be stoked after grabbing your first win of the season on Saturday. Tell me a little bit about the season kind of leading up to this most recent event of ours. It's been a grind, but it seems like now you're really kind of hitting your stride right at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a struggle, actually, quite a bit. Like, just maybe things don't go necessarily the way that you are preparing yourself for them, or just maybe just a little bit of bad luck at times. But man, I've given everything I got to get me to this point, and we finally were able to grab like some good points and start chopping away a little bit at the points lead that Joel Hetrick has put on me. But honestly, like, the first race of the year at Daytona everything was going so good, and then it doesn't. So you got to make the most out of every situation. And that's what I've learned, throughout the years of grinding and winning championships. They don't come easy, and those bad days you got to make not so bad.
Mm-hmm. And that was so unique, I thought, because when in your career do you finish 5th and you almost had to feel good about it, right? Like, that's a conversation that we had. I mean, the way that you sliced your way through the pack, that was unlike anything that we were seeing on that racetrack that day, right? And just methodically, you picked away and picked away and picked away at those guys and got up there. And it's like, hey, like, that's all I could do. And I just thought that was kind of telling. And again, it was almost like weird. I knew you weren't going to be mad about the result there, because it obviously was a valiant effort to get to where you were, but it just, I don't know. It was just weird. The season just been a little different. At the same time, it's not like you haven't been riding well. Like, you've been putting good races together. It's just like we've seen some uncharacteristic, little things that hurdles you've had to deal with so far. I think that that's really what it is. And then, you put that together with that Joel has obviously been on point, and, you find a little bit of a deficit, a little bit of an uphill climb here, but it's not like you haven't faced some of those uphill climbs before. That's something that you have been forced, to face before. So this isn't necessarily something totally new. Maybe that uphill climb to start the season is a little new for you, but not necessarily like you've never done this before. At least that's the way it feels from my perspective here.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like, it's a larger deficit than I've ever had to face, but like, I think the hunger is there, and the want, and the people behind me they're all in the right place. And I'm starting to hit my stride a little bit and ride like to the best of my ability, and the comfort on the machine, and, seeing things slower. Like, it's like all those things got to come together to really be at the front of the pack, and like, it's starting to click. And I mean, necessarily, like, yeah, like what you said with the first round, like, I was very happy with the way I rode, like, unhappy with the result, but that was the best case scenario on the track that day. Like, I don't know if I could have done any better than that with what we were given that day. But honestly, like, I've learned to, never get too high, never get too low. And even like getting the win this past weekend, like, like, it feels good to get the win. It was a weird felt win because of, getting a 2-3 moto score, getting an overall. Like, it doesn't feel quite right. But like, honestly, like, in those conditions that we were dealt, like, it had to be the most consistent guy to win it and not keep yourself out of trouble, which I got myself in trouble, and I was able to get myself out of trouble by, just trying to be a little bit smarter and not like take on as much water. But, like, even in Texas, like, having, a mistake by me, like 50-50 in a berm and getting up on the berm and getting stuck. And like, those things usually are like, I can't say they don't happen, but they usually I can drive out of the berm and just lose some time there, but I got stuck. So it was one of those deals that like uncommon, but maybe it's just like testing my will and how bad I want to try and go get this thing. And like, I mean, honestly, like I want it bad. Like, I just got to be able to do it like on my terms and be able to like ride comfortably at that pace. And this weekend I was able to do that.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, kind of hitting your stride, you know, as we're seeing kind of right in front of our eyes here. So on Saturday at Ironman, I thought it was the most impressive that you've been all season. I thought it was your most impressive day so far. You were strong in qualifying. You were really pushing Joel, which I think was, you know, a step in the right direction from what we've been seeing recently in qualifying, right? You're really pushing him there. And then in the first moto, they held the gate for forever. It felt like, at least from the tower, it felt like they held the gate for forever. You ended up buried in the pack off the start. I don't know if them holding it forever had anything to do with that, but from that point on, I think we saw your best riding of the year thus far. You went from 15th to 5th in, you know, just about a lap and a half, which was, you know, impressive to see on that racetrack. And by lap 3, you were already in 3rd. And then before you know it, you're already in the runner-up spot there. So then like after that, you know, you're basically matching Joel's times the next 7-ish laps to finish out the moto. So, you know, I know that, you know, you want to win all of these things right now, you know, especially with the points situation. Like, you want to be putting 1-1s together. At the same time, I got to believe you came away even from that first moto feeling pretty good about your riding, because the riding was really good. How quickly you got to second, and then the way that you were able to match Joel's times, again, you had to feel good about that. I thought it was a super impressive moto there to start the day.
Yeah, I mean, it, like I could agree with like it being like probably one of my better motos that I've been able to ride, other than executing the start. And like, honestly, I was very thrown off by how long they held the gate, but everybody's on the gate the same time, so it messed with me more than I thought it should have. But I honestly thought there was something wrong with the gate at one point.
Me too. So did I. Yeah.
Where they were gonna start yelling and be like, you know, let off, but that never happened. So I believe I just lost my concentration, like thinking that there was a problem with it, and I just was so late on the reaction. But honestly, the way I was able to slice my way to the pack almost felt like it wasn't like it was effortless, but I was able to like to do it with ease. I guess you'd say. Like, if I came up on somebody, I felt like I could pass them within like a couple turns. So it like that all felt good. And then once I got into second, you know, I tried to put in some good heater laps to try and bridge the gap on Joel. Like, it was kind of like we were just kind of even the whole race, and like that felt good because of, you know, just I haven't been able to do that for, you know, several motos. And I felt like if I was able to execute my start, we would have had a race on our hands. And going into that second moto, just kind of unknowing like what the track conditions were going to be like. Was it going to be a full-on mutter? Was it going to be just a slick track? The whole shot was in really good condition. So we were throwing around the ideas of bigs, smalls. Like, we ended up going with our small package, which once we got out there, it didn't even matter. Like, it was that kind of a racetrack with so much standing water. And I grabbed a whole shot, which was so awesome, but I didn't even make it the first lap in the first position.
Right. Yeah. So it's funny. So to tie all of that up there, I was thinking too, going into that second moto, I'm like, man, like if these two start together, we could really have a race on our hands. Like, this is going to be good. And then probably about 30 minutes before the gate drop of that second moto, we get some rain, but it wasn't like anything crazy. Looking at the racetrack, you know, the racetrack was blue groove, so it was going to be slippery, but it wasn't like a mutter or anything like that. And then you guys are on the gate, and the heavens just open up, and it's downpouring as hard as you can really imagine. So conditions were perfect in that first moto. Then, you know, things obviously get crazy leading up to that second moto there. So take me through like what you're thinking during that period of time. And I knew kind of what you were going to say there, because Michael, your wrench, said to me after the races, he was telling me about the indecision with the tire package and going back and forth, and you weren't even sold on what you were going to decide. Like you said, it didn't end up mattering, and you got the whole shot on little tires, which was awesome. But take me through your train of thought there. I mean, could you tell, like, did you know, hey, we're going to be faced with like tons of standing water when you got out there? Because I assume you couldn't even tell that from down there.
We honestly couldn't. Like, watching the riders circulate before we took off, like, it seemed like it was just kind of like sloppy and slippery. And when we're sitting on the gate, like let's say the car goes up, that 30 seconds, you're really not focused on anything other than like what you got to do on the track. The surroundings of it downpouring, like, it didn't even like register until I could feel like the bottom of my palms getting wet on the bar.
Yeah.
Like, that was like a feeling that I've never felt before, like sitting there on the gate. I'm like, man, my gloves are already wet. Like, it's
the worst feeling too, right?
Yeah.
The worst feeling.
Yeah. And I was like, all right, just focusing on this gate and nail it and get out front and just survive. And once I did that, like, we took off from the gate, grabbed a couple shifts, and I felt somebody to the inside of me. I believe it was Max. I felt hit, like, pressure from him, and I got a little tap from him. And I was just like, oh man, like, this is not going to be good. Like, but the traction was still there. Like, it wasn't totally gone. And I was able to execute that next turn. And going down that short chute, going into that next turn, it felt like an eternity because of how mushy and soft it was.
Sure. Yeah.
It felt like I wasn't going anywhere. Like, I felt like everybody was going to blow by me. It felt like I was in quicksand.
Yeah.
I turned that next turn, and I'm like, I really start to notice how much standing water is on the track. And I'm like, oh man, like, pick good lines. You know, I'm not prepared for this much standing water for my prep on my machine.
Yeah.
And the more and more I circulate the track, the more and more I'm like, man, like, I don't know if we're going to make, or I don't know, like, if I'm racing this track, I don't know if I'm going to make it. Like, but I was bonsaiing like these water holes, and my machine was still running. It wasn't missing a beat. I'm like, well, maybe we'll be okay. And then we got to probably the worst section of the track up by the finish line, going to the rollers, and that next like jump going into the finish line. And I took on a big splash of water, and it just stalled out. Like, it had nothing.
Sure.
And I'm sitting there, I'm pretty much thinking my race is pretty much over.
Yep.
And I'm still trying to start this thing. And here comes Joel rolling up, and he stops right next to me. And like,
I gotta go.
Yeah, we make eye contact. Like, he's showing his frustration. And like, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, I'm right here. Like, I'm pretty sure like you're racing me. So, but other than that, like, it's your contingency, your money that you bring home to your family. Like, I definitely get that. And, but like, I started to try and start my machine again. I stepped off of it for probably like 30 seconds. And then I had a track guy come over and ask me, Chad, what do you want to do? I'm like, I just want you to step back. Don't touch me. Don't touch the machine. And like, I got back on my machine, tried to start it. I got a little bit of fire, and then it fired up, and I was like, all right, I'm back on the track. And when I took off, I was like putting, like second gear,
right?
You know, missing every single water hole I could. So I was like, honestly, in my head, I'm like, if these guys keep racing this track, they're going to be sitting along the track too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
And like, I got going, and I'm sure that definitely like gutted Joel, like sitting there is like, you know, but I mean, maybe he had a thought that maybe he could get his machine started, which he obviously was able to. Mm-hmm. And like circulating the track, like going past the mechanics area, like Michael's like waving me on. I'm like, and I give him like the settle down, like, we're just going to roll around this track and see what happens.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny too, Chad, not to interrupt, but obviously like I'm thinking, I know exactly how this race is going to go when I see you rip this whole shot, right?
Yep.
And then obviously things get sideways, and from the tower, and I said to you, I told you this after the race, but from the tower, I see you and you got a good pace going on that first lap at the end of the first lap. And it says on timing and scoring, you come around the first lap leading, and then you never come by. And I'm like trying to figure out what happened. And I figured you had to suck in water, right? But I'm like, man, like I thought I knew exactly how this race was going to go. And man, by the end of the first lap, or maybe midway through the first lap, I think like there was like 5 people still going. And it's crazy because I think everybody in the tower was in disbelief, like thinking this race was going to get shut down as soon as they realized like how bad it was or whatever. Like it was silent up there, Chad. Nobody knew what to think. And for me, it was like, I've never seen anything like this.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, I mean, I was like, to go back, we were sitting on the line and there were some lightning strikes, and I'm like, man, like they're going to push this back. And like looking at Harv, we were yelling at Harv, we're like, lightning strikes, like,
okay, so he knew because that was a question I had.
I mean, he had to. He's on the radio with the guy up in the tower, and
okay,
like I know he's wearing a headset. Like he probably can't hear us all that well, but like he had to. He had to know.
Okay, and the reason why I asked that too is because I thought the same thing. I'm like, there was a big lightning strike, at least where the people were. Where I was, like everybody saw it, so I'm like thinking the exact same thing. I'm like 30 minutes. And next thing I know, Miranda's running out there with the 30-second board. I'm like, no way.
Yeah. Like, I thought that was that was a bad decision, that whoever makes the final decision there, like that wasn't a good decision.
Agreed.
But honestly, they didn't know what that track was going to be like after all this rain. Like, I didn't know, like, it's not like they knew like, oh, it's going to be a full on like water fest, but it goes a ton of different ways. Like I've even thought about this, like, what if I come back to my truck and my tent's laying on the ground because we don't have somebody there to like drain the tents if they're flooded, or like, I mean, you think of like the worst case scenarios of stuff, and a lot of like, honestly, all of us riders are independently funded. It's not like we're like yes, I get factory support, but they're not like flipping my whole bill. Like, it affects me if I have to send my engine back to my engine builder, like it affects me too. Like it financially, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. So I was thinking the same thing, Chad, though. I thought, okay, so because Brooke was standing next to me, she asked me, and I'm like, I don't think that it's right. The lightning thing, typically, like growing up, the lightning thing meant 30 minutes, no matter what. Their shutdown's 30 minutes. That's what it was. But then I'm like, they're already on the gate. And just like you said, they don't know if the track is going to get worse. So if you pull all those guys off and then everything gets worse, then what do you do? So I understand it to a point. At the same time, the lightning is where like the line is for me. Like that's a safety thing. Now there's tons of people on the internet that are trying to figure out why you guys raced. And in my mind, like, races never get canceled. The pros have never gotten canceled. The pros run no matter what, other than lightning. The lightning is where the line is for me.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely is. And, like, that's first and foremost is our safety at the races. And you can't take a chance of something happening like that. Like, there's just no room for error.
Yeah.
And like, kind of like what I said, like, even this day and age, like, every single one of those engines had to be torn apart. And, we, like, a lot of these guys might not have the parts to be able to do that kind of stuff and turn it around, let alone it's 2 weeks, but it's honestly, it's a week. It's a week's time. By the time you get home, clean everything up, ship stuff out, and do all that, it's a week's time that you have to be basically back and ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
But
well,
like honestly, the lightning was a big deal, and I thought that we were gonna end up sitting and waiting this one out, but we can't be like, no, we're not going to race. Like we don't have that power,
Right, exactly. And this isn't me complaining about the series or anything like that, because that's something I never, ever, ever do. I know you feel the same way. It's just more of a conversation because you and I talked after the race, and we kind of agreed on the lightning thing. So,
yeah.
But then talking about engine and the machine and your upkeep and all of those things, that's another thing. I was talking to somebody after the race, and I said to them, well, you gotta think about these riders. And like they went out there and some of them did one lap, Chad. They did one lap, right? And they ingested that water. And who knows, like you said, what financial ramifications that has. And no wonder why everybody's upset. I mean, I understand it from all angles. I really do. So you get that thing started, right? You get your quad started, you start circulating, you're trying to miss the puddles, you're trying to be methodical. And at what point does that change? I'm assuming like you're trying to balance, trying to go as fast as possible while trying to not ingest any more water. But, in my mind, I'm thinking you're trying to do some like mid-moto calculations, risk calculations, on how much risk, how much water can I take on, yet I probably gotta, maybe make up some positions, not just circulate, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it did happen on like, once I saw, it looked like Brandon Hogue was starting to have an issue. Like he slowed down, and then like I started to catch him, and I was thinking to myself, like, he's probably in front of me. So I know he finished right behind me that the first moto. So I ended up like getting myself in front of him at one point. Like, I mean, bonsai through some stuff and got in front of him, and I tried to like stay in front of him, but he came by me like he hydroplaned across this puddle, like trying to get back in front of me, and he did. And I noticed my machine starting to act up again, and I was like, okay, like I cannot risk, this thing stopping on me and having a DNF, knowing that Joel was back circulating the track for sure.
Right. Okay. So that was a question of mine, because at one point, like early on from the tower, Chad, on the first lap or two, it seemed like nobody was going to finish this race. Right. And so to think that, it looks like nobody's going to finish this thing. And then in reality, by the end of this thing, you and Brandon are battling for position, and you kind of know in your head that this might be for the overall. So that was going to be my question, is if you knew that, that was for position, could be for the overall win. So yeah, I was thinking about that. The other thing that I just thought about that we maybe didn't touch on when we were talking about the machine and the engines and stuff, that was a new quad that you were riding, wasn't it? So what happens? Like, do you take the entire thing apart? Do you have to basically worry about every bearing, everything, or what happens with that?
Yeah, it was a brand new machine, had an hour and a half going into that race, and you're dragging it through, those ponds around the track, and it comes down to bare nothing. It comes down to a frame sitting there, and there's so many things that you gotta, like, you're replacing every bearing in the machine, and like you can't have any sort of chances of a bearing going out and risking like performance on the machine, or
sure,
it's an overload amount of work.
Yeah.
For sure, it was a brand new machine, because usually you can go a couple rounds, knowing that your machine's good to go, and you just kind of check things, make sure the pivots and everything are good. And it's a full on rebuild going on.
New machine, no more, I guess.
Yeah. But honestly, like, I was sitting there like before I left, because I had my machine that I was racing on before, and I had that one ready, and I did some testing with Jaime from PEP Performance Tuning, and my new machine was like performing like way better than my old one, and I'm like, well, like at this point, I got to bring my best guns that I have to the gunfight, and because I can't be worried about weather and chancing that it doesn't come. And if it's what it takes to get wins with a new machine and dragging it through the worst conditions, then that's what it's got to be.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I totally get that. So the thing worked out for you, Chad. It made it to the finish line. It sounds like maybe you were worried at the end that something might happen again. Is that true?
Not at the end. No.
Oh, okay. It came back around. Okay.
Yeah. I came back around. Like I'm sure I just took on like a little bit, racing with Brandon,
Mhm.
and then I just kind of settled in. And I was like, well, like I can't risk that. And Brandon actually kept ripping along, and then he started to slow down again. And like towards there was the last lap, and I see him, he's having a big problem with the machine, like it looks like a ball joint or something was gone out, and it like came around there, and I was like, well, like I came by him, I was shaking my head because like I felt bad for him. Like he might not make it to the finish line with that.
Mm-hmm.
But like, and he ended up like having the worst of the worst. It ended up catching the ground and looked like he took it right to the mouth and like flipped him off the machine. So I felt for him there.
Mm-hmm.
But man, like, I guess that's the risk factor, just pushing in those conditions, maybe a little too hard. But I'm going to go back to when Wesley Wolf came by me. This guy came flying by me like he was in a full-on like moto race, and I was like, wow, like I can't believe he's going that fast through this water. And I think eventually he got the slow down sign from his mechanic, like he had a big lead.
Mm-hmm.
And he really put the brakes on the rest of the race, and he ended up getting caught by Nick DeNoble. And when DeNoble came by me, like it looked like he was just out there, just I don't know, just out there on the dream ride of just like a kid going through puddles, just flying through puddles.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, Chad, because Wesley did, like, he got to a point where he was really being methodical. He was really tiptoeing through some of the stuff, and you can't blame him, right? Like there's five guys on the racetrack, but Nick, the ultimate wild card, had absolutely nothing to lose. And he was going for it. He was going for it the whole race. It was crazy. So, I mean, I don't know. To think that, again, like I said, he was the wild card, Nick DeNoble being out there, and race looks totally different without him out there. But man, it's going to be one of those like iconic, legendary like moments that's going to live on forever. Nick DeNoble getting that thing done. What a story.
Yeah, I call it the perfect storm.
Yeah.
Just being that like he was coming for one race, didn't necessarily care what happened, didn't care. Like he didn't care if he blew up his stuff. Like he didn't prepare for rain or anything like that. Like after the race, like it was later on that night, he's down there like hooting and hollering, like having and I hear my name, so I walk down there, and he's like, he's just having a ball, which he definitely should. And I'm like, Nick, like, what'd you do to your bike to be able to ride it like that? He's like, I didn't do nothing. I didn't tape up, didn't do nothing. I'm like, all right, show me. So we went over there and looked at his machine. Nothing. Like he still had like mud splattered up in his intake, and he's like, yeah, never missed a beat. I'm like, that's incredible.
How do you do that? Yeah, he's talking to me earlier in the day. He's telling me about the Amazon bearing carrier that he put in that thing. And nothing, that did literally nothing special. Just went out there, and you wouldn't have probably heard this. On the last episode, I said to him, I'm like, Nick, what if it rains? I know you're good in the mud. What if it rains? You get a good start. What if? And I'm telling you, in that big mob after the race, before the podium, everybody around us was saying, what if it rains? You guys called it. You talked about it. It was so funny. So just like you said, the perfect storm. I couldn't have put it any better, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. And a really funny story. Like we're rolling up to the gate for first practice, and like I'm back against like the big billboard, and Nick like comes into the gate like right next to me on the right. So he's crossing that railroad tie, and he's got this like flimsy plastic like chain guide, and he peels a chain off of it. And I'm like, Nick, and he stops, and I'm like, and he doesn't know what happened, and I'm like, hey Nick, your chain's off. And he looks down and he's like, oh man. I'm like, and he tries to put it on, like rolling it on, like you would like a utility or something, or a mini trying to get it back. I'm like, Nick, don't, like, I got tools. I'm like, Michael, give him the tools so he can fix his chain. Like, and like, just so like, just so raw, you know, like going down there, nothing, and just giving her the beans, you know, like.
So then the story goes that when that happened, it broke a few teeth off his sprocket, and he knew that, and he rode it anyway. Ran that whole first practice, jumped all the jumps on the second lap with 2 or 3 teeth missing from that sprocket, and the chain never fell off either. So like you said, maybe he was just destined to have that day there, Chad. I can't believe it, because I went to taking the track with a couple teeth knowingly off of my sprocket. Obviously you wouldn't have either. I know you better than that.
Yeah. So it's pretty comical, you know, like just sitting there and watching it go down right in front of my eyes. And we get, like, before the race, he's like, man, I'm nervous. Those jumps are huge. And I'm like, like, Nick, it's just like riding a bicycle. You'll be fine. Like, did he make it for that second qualifier or not?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he went out for the second qualifier. But I was trying to think to myself, like, if somebody would have told you, you know, the day before, or even the morning of, or after the first moto, that Nick DeNoble won the second moto, I don't know how you'd even picture it, or how you'd figure out how that actually happened. But like I said, it's a story that will live on forever.
If we put him in any other of the mud races that we've had this year, and we had a gnarly one at Georgia, like, there's no way he would have been able to win that race. No way. Like, be able
and he'd tell us that. He would tell us that.
Oh yeah, he would definitely tell us that. Like, there was nowhere to pass, but it was like him being young and riding out in the pasture and just flying through mud puddles like that. I'm sure he didn't get tired at all. Like, I mean, he didn't show it that he did, you know, like he was having a blast. And like, I think it'd be pretty cool to be able to do that on that day in those conditions, and not have to worry about your machine breaking down, like, just to see what you can do.
I thought that too. You're exactly right. That would be a blast. I thought that too. What would it be like to be in that situation and have no pressure? Because even me as a 10th place pro or whatever, but there would be pressure because I know this is my opportunity, or I know I can make up some points today, or whatever it is. And he had absolutely no pressure at all. And that had to be the coolest feeling. And then to win it. And he had no idea that he won, right? He had no idea that he won. And he comes off the racetrack and he's like, he looks at me. I kind of run down there because I want to give him this moment, right? Because he doesn't know he won. Nobody knows he won. And I'm like, dude, you won. And he's like, what? I won? And then he starts, revving his bike and going up the hill there. And he turns around and says, how about that for a Cinderella story? And I'm just like, man, you couldn't make this up.
Oh, I came off the track and I'm like, Nick, I think you won. He's like, what? I'm like, I'm pretty sure you won. So they didn't believe me. Like,
right. Yeah. It's unreal. But Chad, for you, so you cross the line, 2-3 earns you the overall victory at Ironman, 3 consecutive wins at Ironman for you at this point, by the way. Take me through the emotions there, because so we just talked about the craziness of this race. We've never seen anything like it. These, conditions that'll never be forgotten, all these things. It was so hard fought for you. All the calculating, all of that had to be, somewhat mentally exhausting and everything else, and thinking your race was over after the first lap and kind of getting back going and all that stuff. I have to feel like it probably had a special feeling almost, just after having to kind of endure all that and outlast everybody to get the overall.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I never circulated the track there. I did not even once you've seen everybody stopped, but when I was sitting there before the finish line, I'm like, race over. And then I get back going. I'm like, race not over, race still on. I'm not racing. I'm just cruising to survive. And like, it was very cool, like moments around the track. Like, I'm going so slow. Like, I can hear everything going on. Like I can hear people cheering. I can hear like, like I can hear everything. And
Sure.
like going by, like every time I would go by, I could spot, people cheering for me, and I would acknowledge them that I could hear them, and, so like a moment that I never really, like been able to do, or maybe I want to go back there and do that again, but like pretty cool to be a part of that and finish the race, get a good result, and the up and down, the roller coaster of emotion that's going on right there.
Right. And it's funny that you say it like that, because I was trying to think too, I'm watching these kids, I'm watching Max and Zach Decker and the Ford boys and Vince Merman. And I'm watching all these guys from the tower, and they're like laughing and smiling. Like, it's like, I think it was just comical. It was such a deluge. But yeah, it's just crazy. Like I said, it's kind of, how Ricky Carmichael lapped the field in 2006 at Millville and on the two-wheeled side, and in this different circumstances, obviously different, with the way things played out and whatever. At the same time, it's kind of like the ATV version of something so, like to the nth degree, to such an extent that this one will always be remembered. It was just crazy. I mean, we've had terribly muddy races, but the way that this track was hard packed and it just downpoured right before the race and created all of this standing water and all these things, it'll never be forgotten. So yeah, unreal. And for you to get the overall is awesome. First win of the year, midway point. So things maybe turning for you at this point. Now we're heading to your home track at Sunset Ridge, which is obviously a stop on the schedule that you circle every year. So everything's kind of coming together for you at this point. I know you're going to tell me we need to take this one race at a time and all these things, all the stuff that you'd obviously tell me. And I know that's the way you look at it, but to cut into this points deficit, you're faced with likely having to string together some 1-1 days here. So how do you go about doing that at Walnut and beyond? What's your focus so you can make that happen?
Honestly, like with my starting technique that I've been able to change since Georgia, it's really been a game changer on my starts. And without going off of the first moto here at Ironman, I've probably averaged a second place or more, like a 1 point something the last probably 6 motos. So I think that's going to be the most key thing for me, to be starting up front, racing up front, and trying to set the pace, my own pace, and be able to do that. And I think my comfort on the machine has been getting better. Ever since it seems like whenever I get myself close to home, I'm the best. I'm the best that I can be. And heading to Walnut, having great rides there, but I've also been beaten there before. So I can't say that it's a guarantee, which it's not. And I'm mentally preparing myself. It's going to be I'm going to be suffering big time to try and win this race, which I'm okay with. I just know that I got to execute my starts and bring the best version of myself to the gate. And I am so excited for the atmosphere that my friends, family are going to bring to this race. I think it's going to be an uphill battle the whole way. And I just got to know that and be prepared to basically just suffer my ass off, just trying to get to there, get to my end point. I control my own destiny, what goes on from here. If I'm riding my best, I can string race wins together and moto wins. And if I'm not, let's say if I'm beat, I'm beat, it's okay, but we're halfway through. There's a lot of things that go on, and I'm excited for the second half of the year, and, just got to bring the best version of myself is all.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. I think, it's going to be a dogfight, obviously. I think that Joel, maybe he said as much, but you can surely get the feeling in years past at Walnut that he kind of relishes trying to knock you off at your home track, right? And then I love Walnut for almost that exact reason that you touched on there, is the atmosphere that, you know, your fans and your family, all your crew creates there is so special. It's unlike anything in our sport. There's no, you know, not that it necessarily helps you on the racetrack, but that momentum does. But there's no home field advantage like, you know, there is really for you at Walnut there. It's truly special. That atmosphere is unlike anything that we have in the sport. So yeah, it's going to be a blast to see. And whatever setup you had working there last year, vintage Chad Wienen race last year at Sunset Ridge, it was the best that I think. I mean, I remember coming on the show and saying that it was the best we ever saw you. Like, you just wicked it up. You took it up a notch there last year. So whatever setup you had working there, Chad, just dust that off and plug it back into the bike, because it was working.
Yeah, no, it's like one of those things, you know, you want to jar up that feeling and just keep it going. And, you know, it's just, it's all about that confidence. It's mental as much as it is physical. Like, if you believe hard enough and you don't let the outside noise get to you, like, that's what it's all about. And, you know, last year was like an amazing day, you know, like you probably could say some of my best riding, and hopefully I can bring that again.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. Awesome stuff there. I'd love to hear it. Love to hear about these races. Just awesome to relive these memories. And I know that you were going to have a really unique perspective from that race this weekend, so we needed to hear about it. Last question before we let you go here, Chad. We're introducing Walsh Racecraft as our latest podcast partner on this episode. I know you love Nate and Mike and the boys just as I do. They've been a huge part of the Wienen Motorsports program since day one. Then Mikey went on to wrench for you for a while there at the races. So in honor of our new partnership with Walsh, do you have a favorite Walsh story you can share with us, whether it be from the early days or when Mikey was, by your side at the racetrack, or maybe even something more recent? Does anything come to mind when thinking about Walsh Racecraft and the Walsh family there?
Oh man. Yeah, I definitely got some cool stories. Like, maybe we'll start out one like that, like really hits home every time I think about it, was Big Mike, Mikey's dad. And I came down there, end of the year 2011. We were just starting this Yamaha program, and I get down there and we're working for the first couple weeks and stuff like that. And like, I've known Big Mike a little bit, but not like, we really got to know each other quite a bit when I stayed down there, stayed down for like 3 or 4 months. And like, he was sitting there and he was talking to Mike, and he told him, he's like, that guy has what it takes. And like, maybe I didn't even believe it yet, because like, coming off a back injury, I don't know what I'm going to be like. And he just likes something about like my work ethic. And I've always like kept that like in the back of my mind. Like, this guy like believed in me, like knowing me for 2 weeks or something, it's seeing the way I worked and everything. Like, he believed in me. And that was like a really cool thing that Mike shared with me. And like, just the way that his dad carried himself around that shop, like, it was almost like he was like the janitor, and like, he was a jack of all trades. Like, he did anything that came up, he would go off and do it. And I got a good one with like Mike, when we were in I think we were in Italy for the Quad Cross of Nations. And we're driving down the road, like it's been going on a couple days, and like, he'd be looking out the window and he'd just say, man. He'd just keep saying, man. And I'm like, Mike, why do you keep saying that? He's like, well, those trucks are called man. And he would just say it like, man. And it went on for days. And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Like, why do you keep saying this?
Right. Hey, Mike is one of those guys that I feel like he's just a joy to be around. I mean, he's just one of those guys. I feel like he's uplifting. He's just goofy. I don't know what it is, but he's just an awesome guy, right?
Oh yeah, he's a good spirit. And like, I mean, when we were down there spending a ton of time at Walsh, like Ryan Cox, my mechanic at the time, and him, like they would put in some long days, and they would pick between, I think it was like Taco Bell or Wendy's, like every like 9:30, 10 o'clock. And they're like, they would kind of look at each other and they would just kind of say what they wanted. And if one agreed, then they would go there and, like it was pretty funny. Like, cause I wasn't on that type of diet. So I like 6 o'clock at night, and these guys are like, I'm going to bed and they're heading off to go eat, like.
Right. Well, Mike told us about that. He's like, yeah, me and Cox, man, 11 o'clock Taco Bell runs. There was a lot of them during those early Yamaha R&D days.
Yeah. And like, he's one of those guys, and that whole family down there. Like, I know that they have my back 100%. Like, you get in a pinch, they're going to come through for me. And like, it's a great feeling to have, like, they're like, like second family to me. Like Mikey and I are talking on the phone all the time. Like we see eye to eye on like our work ethic and how we go about things. And he's a monumental part to our program.
Yeah, it's awesome. I knew that you'd be able to give us some stuff there. I thought it'd be a great way to kind of introduce them to the Digging Deep, family, or whatever you want to call it. They've been longtime supporters of mine as well. And yeah, I knew that was going to be cool. I said to them when we were kind of discussing this thing, I said, it's just an awesome feather in my cap at Digging Deep to have an iconic brand, iconic name like Walsh associated with us. I don't know how else to say it. It's truly, I don't know how many, legacy brands there are in ATV racing, but Walsh is definitely one of them. And I'm sure that you felt the same way. Like, they were a huge asset to you at the beginning of this Yamaha thing that's now went on for a decade, but they were like, you wouldn't be where you are today without them.
Oh, absolutely. Like, they're probably the only, I'm not saying they're the only people, but they're the right people to, like, for me to develop a machine like that in that short of time to make it right for me. Mm-hmm. And, we did it. I don't know how we pulled it off, but we did. Yeah. And, like, true family company there, like between Mike, Nate, their mom, their dad, their late dad, they were a true family. And like, I believe like the way that they run their business, like they have like, I think they have like a pizza day every Friday, like they order pizza and everybody eats together, it's a true like family atmosphere. And like, sometimes that's hard to maintain, like it's, I've worked with my dad and it's hard to work with family. So.
Yeah, no doubt. It's I still to this day, I remember the first time I went to Walsh and I'm like, man, I'm at Walsh Racecraft, and Big Mike was there still at the time, and just memories I'll cherish for forever. But Chad, you're the best, pal. Congrats on your 61st win of your career. That's amazing. Thanks so much for spending a little time with us, more time than I anticipated. So I can't thank you enough for that. You're always such a gracious guest. Can't thank you enough as always. And thank you on a personal level as well. On the personal side of things, you and Danica, both of you have helped me a ton during this, Yamaha YFZ 450R build of mine. I would have been completely lost without you two. So truly a special feeling for me, kind of like I was just talking about Walsh. It's a special feeling for me to be able to have Wienen Motorsports decals on my Blue Crew ride. So truly, Chad, I just can't thank you enough for everything, buddy. I appreciate everything across the board. I can't thank you enough for it.
Oh, you're welcome, Cody. Glad that we could help, and we're looking forward to having its maiden voyage at Walnut this weekend, huh?
Yeah, cannot freaking wait, Chad. I am stoked. I've been ranting and raving about this thing, and I've been talking it up so much that I hope it lives up to the hype, but I have no doubt in my mind. Awesome machine. I was a little scared of it. I was scared of the electronics and all that stuff, a little foreign to me at first. And honestly, the more time I've spent with the thing, I'm not really scared of it at all. The more of a believer I think I am, the more time I spent with it. So I'm just super excited. And again, I would have been lost without you two. So I can't thank you enough for that, pal.
You're welcome. Fuel injection's pretty sick on it, so you'll enjoy that.
Yeah.
But here's one to think of. I just thought of this when we were sitting here.
Okay.
I won the overall with a 2-3 finish and finishing the second moto a lap down.
Yes.
I mean, I feel like that might be a first.
Probably, Chad, probably. And I was thinking too, there as you were telling your story, I was thinking this on Saturday as well. You and Joel were sitting on the side of the track and you both ended up on the podium. How does that happen? How does that freaking happen, Chad?
1-2.
Yeah. Doesn't make any sense. And there was people that were not understanding maybe the rules or whatever. There's some upset people out there. And I'm like, well, like they made more laps than most everybody. I mean, this is just how it works, So yeah, it's crazy.
I don't know. It was wild. And like the whole, like even like talking after the race, like the assistance by the riders working together. Like I thought it was like pretty cool when like I came around and I seen a bunch of guys like helping each other push the machines up. Like not cool that they had to do that, but like cool that they probably made an agreement between them that they're going to help each other, like at least get a lap rounded,
Yeah.
But like, I guess like my big thing, like after the race, I was like, is that assistance? Like, cause like for me, like sitting there along the track, I had a guy ask me and I'm like, no, like that's the way I've been brought up. Like you cannot have assistance on the track. And I questioned that after the race. I'm like, man, that just doesn't seem right. Like, but I guess it's not considered outside assistance if they're inside the race. I guess that's their verbiage. And
really,
like, I'm still kind of scratching my head on it. I'm sure all that, but I told myself like at the beginning of the year that I wanted to win this championship. If I'm going to win it, I want to win it straight up and not have any problems like with my competitors or anything like that. I just want to go and race and get it done.
Yeah, well, Chad, I think you're probably in prime position to do that because, I mean, your back's probably against the wall, right? You're 26 points down. That's a deficit you haven't seen before. You said that already. Your back's against the wall. And I would think that if you're able to get this title done from where you're at right now, it would probably be the biggest natural high maybe of all of them, like it would be this taller climb than the others. And maybe I always tell people the more against, all odds it is, the higher that natural high, the higher the payoff is going to be. Right. So it's like you said, it's right in front of you. It's all on you. It's all on you.
Yeah. Big time. And I'm looking forward to the climb to see if we can get there. So
yeah, we can't wait to watch it, Chad. I can't thank you enough again for your time, pal. I appreciate it so much. And we'll see you at Sunset Ridge. I can't wait to see it all play out.
All right. Sounds good, man. Thanks a lot.
Thanks again, champ. That's Chad Wienen, brought to you by SSI Decals, SSIDecals.com, and their unrivaled industry-leading graphics right here on the Digging Deep ATVMX podcast. Thanks, A-Time. We'll see you at Walnut.
Later on, man.
Insurance. It's not something everyone likes to talk about, but let's face it, if you race motocross, it's something you should have. Integrated Financial Concepts is an independent financial service and insurance firm who offers moto-friendly insurance and helps out riders like Nick Janusa, Jeffrey Rastrelli, and Joel Hetrick gain confidence on the track. With their unique safe-to-race and safe-to-ride programs, if you qualify, they have the ability to offer life insurance with living benefits to those who ride. With these living benefits, you may have the ability to access a portion of your life insurance policy while you're still living, for things like cancer, heart attack, stroke, or chronic illness. They can also help with many other things, such as home, auto, motorhome, and trailer insurance, as well as college planning, special needs planning, payroll processing, as well as group health benefits for your business. So whether something happens on or off the track, Integrated Financial Concepts has you covered. With their complimentary one-on-one appointments, what are you waiting for? Reach out to Mike Daniele at DANIELE_Michael at nlgroupmail.com today and see how Integrated Financial Concepts can help you. Living benefit riders are supplemental benefits that can be added to a life insurance policy and are not suitable unless you have the need for life insurance. Riders are optional and may require additional premium and may not be available in all states or on all products. This is not a solicitation for any specific insurance policy.
Just like the sport of ATV motocross as a whole, our Digging Deep community is brought together by the love for racing that we all share. Our sport is compiled of many great people, and leading that charge is the Launderville family at Launderville Steel Enterprises and Concrete Supply. This racing-owned family business is a steel and concrete supplier serving the entire United States. Launderville Steel is a full-service steel supplier of new and surplus steel, aluminum, and stainless steel products, headlined by the 4130 chromoly tubing and plate used in the building of chassis for ATVs and UTVs, off-road truck racing, late model dirt and pro tractor pulling series, drag racing, and more. Launderville Steel loves their racing just as much as we do, but don't forget about their concrete division as well. With over 25 years of experience, the concrete division can supply everything you need to complete your next business or personal project. Their central Midwest location enables LSE to easily serve customers across the United States. For a quote, additional info, answers to more of your questions, or to talk a little racing, head over to laundervillesteel.com or give them a call today. We are proud to be partnered with yet another racer-owned company. Thank you, Launderville Steel Enterprises and Concrete Supply. Here at Digging Deep, we have an obvious passion for ATVs and pridefully enjoy sharing the sport's history. Since 2019, when the podcast was born, we've been working to partner with individuals who share our passion, but one man and his vision had been missing from our partnership group. Until now. When it comes to the sport's history, the hallowed grounds of Binky's Forever ATC Museum has it all. Binky Tapscott's mind-blowing collection of 3- and 4-wheelers has preserved history by spanning all makes and models, from Honda 3-wheelers in chronological order to unique builds that shaped ATV racing as we know it, like Doug Gust's iconic DRZ-powered hybrid thumper and everything in between. There's no denying Binky's passion, a passion that we certainly relate to here at Digging Deep. Binky's goal is to share his amazing collection with fellow enthusiasts by making his prized possessions accessible to the public via scheduled visits. Follow Forever ATC Museum on Facebook and watch foreveratc.com for further updates on possibly getting a chance to see Binky's Forever ATC Museum for yourself. We are proud to welcome Binky's Forever ATC Museum to the Digging Deep family. We recite on every Digging Deep episode that we are all about aligning with others who share our passion and love for ATVs, and that's exactly what Blendzall is. For more than 60 years, Blendzall Racing Oil has been the secret choice of many championship-winning riders and engine builders. From World Championship kart racing in Europe to California Speedway racing or the mud and rocks of East Coast cross-country racing, thousands of hardcore racers know that nothing out-lubricates or outperforms Blendzall. Even with Blendzall's wide reach into all forms of racing, Blendzall's lead man David Schloss admits that ATV riders are his people. In fact, he's been an ATV enthusiast since 1986 when he first threw a leg over a Suzuki Quad Sport 230. Fun fact, his passion for ATV racing even led him to launch a popular ATV racing magazine in the mid-2000s called ATV Insider. So Blendzall is a small family-owned business that blends and bottles all of its products in Ohio and has ATV roots. Sign us up. That's why Blendzall is the oil choice of the Digging Deep ATV MX podcast. To learn more about Blendzall's rich heritage or to shop Blendzall's full line of 2T and 4T racing lubricants, visit Blendzall.com and follow them at Blendzall on Instagram. Evans Waterless Power Sports Coolant. The best power sports coolant on the market, Evans prevents overheating and boilover, so you need not worry about harming your engine or suffering a premature end to your ride no matter what the conditions. Designed for use in ATVs, UTVs, motorcycles, and other power sports equipment, when conditions are at their worst, Evans is at its best. Upgrade to Evans now to avoid overheating and boilover next time you hit the track or trail. Use discount code DIGGINGDEEP20 at checkout to save at evanscoolant.com. Thanks for listening, and remember to support our partners. Now back to the show.
All right, back here with Casey Greek on the Digging Deep ATV MX podcast. Big time win for Chad Wienen there. Phenomenal damage control for Joel Hetrick. Brandon Hogue puts it on the podium for the first time all season. Wesley Wolf rode so well in that second moto. He ends up fourth overall. He did everything right, but Nick DeNoble was the real winner here. 14-1 for fifth overall, the first moto win of his career after 8 years of retirement from the pro class, and back to retirement. Nick DeNoble goes, but what a freaking story, Casey, hitting on that one final time. I can't believe it. And it sounds like that thing is going to be hung up in the rafters of the DeNoble shop there, which is probably exactly where it belongs. It's a piece of ATV motocross history now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't think there's a choice there in a sense. I mean, obviously there's a choice. Nick is still very big advocate for ATV racing and ATV riding. His kids ride and stuff, and they got a little track there at their place. But I think for what it is in keepsake wise, you don't even wash the thing. You just hang it.
Right.
It's not really muddy. It's
No.
more like water, it still runs. They fired it up Saturday night, as I'm sure a lot of people heard. But yeah, I think you just hang it on the wall and call it a career, call it done, and just be happy. I mean, you leave at the highest of the high you could be. And you know what? Hats off to Nick. Congratulations. I love his entire family. I mean, I've known them for so long. His mom, his dad, his sister, his brother, him, his wife. I've not seen Nick or talked to Nick for 3 or 4 years at a time. Run into him at a Supercross, or when he come to Redbud a couple years ago, and it's just like we never missed a beat. They have always treated me like family. They've always cooked big and had such a cool vibe, like in their camp.
Yeah.
And just it's always home. You just walk over and you just felt like you're at home over there. And so I always appreciated that and loved it, and it's so happy for Nick. I mean, I can't tell you how many times he was hugging me, crying Saturday night, and I'm just like, what are you gonna do? Like, good for you.
Right.
Embrace that thing and enjoy it. And I think it was awesome.
Yeah, couldn't have happened to a better guy. And just to hear his joy on the show here, to hear how much it means to him. I'm sure he feels like it's the end of an era. He's said that this is it. And I think, like you said, it's never going to get higher. He's never going to top what he did on Saturday. It's amazing. And so much fun to talk about that here on the show. So let's quickly go over the rest of the overall results. So Wienen, Hetrick, Hogue, Wolf, DeNoble, that's your top 5. Logan Stanfield, 6th. He was so impressive, Casey, running second in that second moto. Great day for Logan, 6th overall. That was awesome day for him. It was fun. It was so cool to see him running second there for a portion of that second moto, man. He was riding awesome, looking awesome with that Colts themed quad, man. Good for him. 6th overall on the day for Logan Stanfield. That was awesome to see.
Yeah, it was awesome. I didn't get his helmet, but no, it was really cool. And like that thing, the Colts theme is cool. He's obviously an Indiana boy. He's got some like ties to the Colts. I think his sister was a Colts cheerleader.
He was,
some years ago and stuff. So I think it's cool. And I'm digging this theme thing these guys are throwing in there here and there. And,
me too.
Hats off to SSI for pulling these things off. I mean, that helmet was it was a wrap, the same as Bryce's was, and they just do such a good job with it. So
yeah,
excited. And Logan rode awesome. He was just so smart, and those conditions really suit Logan's style, should I say. Like, he's always really calculated and like kind of methodical when he's riding. And if he would have ended up, finishing second or winning or something, I'd be just as happy for him as I am for Nick. And, it's like anyone that survived that, like, you could only be happy for him.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Just awesome to see. Every time I see him post a video riding in Indiana, it's muddy, so maybe it's fitting there. But yeah, awesome to see. Awesome kid. And we've said it so many times, he rides like a veteran beyond his years. He looks like a veteran out there. He's looked like a veteran from the time he was a rookie in the pro class. So awesome for Logan there. Nick Janusa, he ends up 7th overall, 6'9" for 7th on the day. Any thoughts on Nick Janusa's day there? My thoughts were he was awesome on last week's show. I know that a lot of people were pulling for him after he kind of opened up here about what he's been dealing with this season. That was awesome. Awesome guest, awesome interview. So if you haven't listened to that, go back and check it out. But what were your thoughts on Nick Janusa's day there? A 7th, kind of another one of those motos. He was good in the first moto, sixth in that first moto. And then the second moto, another mud race, another frustrating probably situation for Nick and a lot of them guys in that mud race there. What were your thoughts on Nick Janusa's day?
Yeah, I mean, he qualified really well. He was looking feisty, and he was on it. His lap times were stellar. His vibe was pretty good. It was really good. I was happy. I thought he was going to be right there in the mix, and then just a disastrous start first moto. And that kind of just set the tone, I think, for the first moto. He worked his butt off to get up to 6th, but by the time you get there, so many guys are so fast. You get to that position where you're running, you worked your way up into sixth and then the race is over. I hate it for him. I want to help him fix his starts. I've tried. I've been working with him some, and his practice starts. I sit there and I watch him the whole time, and he's nailing them. And then it's like when it comes time when it really, really matters, I don't know that it's so much like he's just completely botching the thing, but it just is some first corner interactions. I don't know. But I did want to say hats off to Nick because he opened up big on that show, and a lot of these guys don't ever do that. And so I can respect the shit out of that. I think that's huge for him. I think that's huge for the sport and everybody.
How do you not cheer for that guy after that, right? I mean, that's why I wanted to talk to him. And I said that to him. I wanted to hear from him about this because I knew that there was a lot going on behind the scenes. So I was glad that he opened up about that. He's turned the page in qualifying. Like, he's qualifying better than what we're kind of used to with him. The only other thing he needs to figure out is the starts. Maybe we need to insert friend of the show, Clay Milliken. Clay Milliken said when he joined the show, he said, I want to help. I need to get in touch with Nick Janusa, because that's the last piece of the puzzle that needs to be put together there. And man, maybe we need to do that. Maybe we need to connect Clay Milliken with Nick Janusa there, or if you're listening, reach out to Clay Milliken, because maybe that's what we need to do for him, Casey.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Clay, Dalton. I mean, they obviously Clay's reaction times are incredible. Dalton. I've never seen Clay do a start on a quad, so I can't really speak to that. I love the guy, and obviously he's good and he's fast. But Dalton, I mean, his starts were huge. And then listening to Clay's show, speaking of how it's so mental.
Yeah.
And, I talked to like Bryson Neal a bunch about that, like believing and going to the start, knowing that he's capable of winning and knowing that he's capable of getting a good start. I talk to Bryson about it all the time, and it's starting to work. I don't want to say that it's all me talking to Bryson, because obviously he's doing the work, but he's going to the line. He's told me before, like, I went to the line knowing I wasn't going to get a good start. You can't do that. You have to know and visualize that you're going to get a good start. And that's what you see with Joel Hetrick and these guys that are so good. Dalton was that same way. He wasn't always like the fastest guy going to the line, but he knew he was going to pull a whole shot and put himself in position to be able to win.
Yeah, that was awesome. So Clay Milliken's episode, that might have been my favorite episode we've ever done. I mean, talk about amazing, right? Everybody that listened to it said it was amazing. So amazing episode with Top Fuel drag racer and father of ATV motocross pro Dalton Milliken. Clay Milliken was amazing. So yeah, I would love to see him get in contact with Nick Janusa, maybe even just talking about the mental side. Clay wouldn't tell us all his secrets, but maybe he would tell in a private moment Nick Janusa some of his secrets. And like you said, he touched on how mental it was. And shout out Bryson Neal on that topic, man. He's been killing it on the XC side of things. But from Bryson to Bryce Ford was 8th overall. He was really strong in that first moto. He was 4th in that first moto, kind of shadowing Brandon Hogue there. And then that 13th in the second moto killed him, obviously. Didn't give him a chance there. Thoughts on Bryce's day? And how about that big leap? You already touched on it. That big leap he was doing off that mound like the dirt bikes do, kind of in front of the crowd there. He was doing it in qualifying and a little bit in the first moto, but I thought that Bryce rode awesome. I told his dad after the moto, he was in perfect position to put that thing on the box again this weekend. So awesome day for him. Just, that inevitable kind of getting, sunk by the water in that second moto.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Bryce rode good all day. First qualifier, he was there. Second qualifier, we didn't even really know where he was at because the live timing wasn't working for us. It was working in the tower, but we couldn't see it down in the mechanics area.
Right.
But it was like, Bryce in the first qualifier, he's jumping off of that roller and he's basically landing into the face. And it looked so painful. And I'm like, and I'm his suspension guy. Like, I'm like, Bryce, stop. Like, so towards like right at the end, he pulled in. I'm like, either land 3 or 4 foot shorter than you are, or just jump all the way in. Just do it. And I'm not telling you have to do it or you don't have to do it. Like, that's obviously your choice. You're the rider. You're the professional. I'm just the guy standing over here, but I'm just watching, and you're losing a tenth there by facing into the backside of that thing. So he took off, and he come around the turn, and he just kind of just held it steady.
Yeah.
Didn't really go for it, but he faced it like the hardest I've seen him face it the entire time. And at that point, I knew within the first couple laps of the second qualifier, he was going to jump into that thing, and he did it all day until obviously the conditions of the mud got there. And then, you know, the battle with him and Rastrelli and Brandon Hogue, like that was, you know, Jeffrey had a couple sections that he might have been like, you know, he was ganging on Bryce a little bit, had a little bit more speed there.
Yep.
And then Bryce would do that and stretch out a bike length and a half right there. And Bryce had a couple sections on the other side of the track that he was a little bit faster than Jeffrey. So the battle was intense between those two guys. Jeffrey, unfortunately, has a couple injuries to his thumbs right now, I guess. You know, talking with him, he was telling me about it. So I think later in that moto, that stuff started to really kick in and affect. I think the adrenaline kind of wears down a little bit and stuff. But I mean, even when I think Jeffrey realized that Max was catching up to him, Jeffrey started putting the hammer down. But when he come off the track, I mean, he was literally palming his throttle to get back to the pits. But no, Brandon, Bryce, Jeffrey, Max, even, I mean, those guys were riding really good. The thing I seen with Bryce this weekend was versus High Point. And I think he was timid at High Point. I talked to him about it. And he's kind of going back to years in the past where he had really good first moto. And, you know, it all went south the second moto because of, you know, being overly aggressive or something like that. I thought he felt and looked more comfortable, and his aggression was incredible. I mean, at one point, I mean, he was 2/10 off of Chad in qualifying. That's incredible. And he wasn't but a few more tenths off of Joel. And in that lap that he did, he messed up in two different corners. And if he would have smoothed those two corners, I think there's a good chance that he would have been really, really close to Joel for fastest qualifier.
Sure. Yeah. He was awesome. It's funny talking about him launching off that mound, like I said, like the pro bike guys do at Crawfordsville there, because, you know, like those kart racing games when we were younger and you'd hit like the fast patch and it'd give you like a boost. Like that's how it felt when he'd land, you know, on that roller. It was like, whoosh, like he was just ripping. It was so fast. And everybody on the hill was talking about it. When I went back to the pits there and talked to those guys before the motos, and they were all talking about it. And I'm like, yeah, everybody on the hill is talking about you jumping this thing right now. Everybody's, you know, saying, hey, watch Bryce come around and do this. So that was awesome to see. And yeah, I think he's really putting it all together. Like you said, he was, you know, pushing those guys ahead of him, pushing that top two, pushing Brandon Hogue for the top three there. And man, just awesome to see. Another, you know, like obviously, you know, he's not stoked about 8th overall on the day, obviously, but the riding we're seeing from him, and I said it to his dad again this week, and the stuff we've been echoing on these shows is how good he's been, the maturity he's showing, the fact that he's, you know, putting it together every weekend, looking and building and stuff like this, looking like that pro's pro. That's awesome for him. So that was the step that we wanted to see. From him to his older brother, Cody Ford finished right behind Bryce there. He was 9th overall, 10-7 for 9th. Always grinding, Cody Ford, always grinding. In this one, it was, you know, helping, like you said, helping Joel Hetrick push his quad, all that melee. But another good showing for Cody Ford there with 9th overall, Casey.
Yeah, Cody rode good. You know, and 9th overall, you know, and Cody's not super stoked about that. He's finished higher than that this year. But at the same time, like with the conditions and everything the way it went, you know, he rode good and he got himself back out there. They worked their way back up over. He got his bike refired and started circulating. So it's a tough conversation, I think, there. But I think at the same time, he knows and everyone knows, like it was survival. What are you going to do?
Yeah, and top 10s in this class, man, are gnarly. After the moto, I was talking to Zach Decker, and Zach Decker told me that first moto, so the second moto is an outlier, it was terrible conditions, but he told me the first moto he thought was the gnarliest, the highest paced, the fastest, the toughest moto of the season. And man, that is saying something.
Yeah, for sure. The pace was intense. I mean, and it's, you know, you're jumping up the hill and then jumping back down the hill, and the G's that those guys are pulling when they get to the bottom of that hill, and then they're still trying to stop and turn to make that left is insane. And I think for like Zach Decker, he's never done those jumps.
Right.
This is his first year there. You know, a lot of these guys have jumped all those jumps and done those, and so they kind of knew what to expect. And so I think for a rookie, I think Zach rode really well. I mean, I think at one point, I haven't looked at the laps of the first moto much, but I think he was up further than what we've seen.
Yeah. So before even we get to Zach there, because he finished 11th overall, I don't want to skip over Jeffrey as well. He was 10th overall on the day. Another guy who rode really strong in that first moto. He almost was pushing up towards, like you said, he was making up time to the two guys in front of him there, Brandon Hogue and Bryce Ford. Jeffrey kind of catches those guys. And then, like you said, he comes off the track and, he's like, I forgot about the thumbs. I was told about the thumbs earlier in the day. But I forgot about the thumbs and he's so crouched over on his quad coming off the track from that first moto. I'm like, man, what's going on? And so, yeah, that makes that first moto that much more impressive, how strong he was in fifth. And then that second moto, he was the 12th there in the second moto buried him, ended up 10th overall.
Yeah.
So he was strong. You touched on him already, but Zach Decker as well. Like you said, he was really strong. He ended up 11th. But I guess what I wanted to comment on, and Ian Harris from SSI Decals in the first moto, after the first moto concluded, said to me, man, 7th for Zach is really impressive. And like you said, a whole nother point there is that he was doing some of these sections, those big intimidating jumps like Godzilla and the downhill that follows it for the first time. And that's another mental hurdle. We talked about that with Nick DeNoble.
Yeah, I mean, he had to know, he had to be thinking about that at least all week before. Like, holy crap, I got to jump some of the massivest jumps ever, and they're like distance wise, these guys jump stuff like that all the time.
Yep.
It's not that big of a deal. It's the way it's set up. You're climbing this massive hill and then it's just like lift off.
Yeah.
And then you're jumping down a massive hill and then you turn basically 2 turns and you're jumping kind of like it's a tabletop, but it's blind, but it's really high. It's really steep. So, if people could understand, like the stress that they have to think about and like what they're going through the entire week before, that's just called the week before, because I think it's probably worse than that in reality.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why these guys are professionals, is because they do think about it. They are human. I think we run into terms where we're like, these guys aren't human. They're just like sending it.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not, like, they're thinking about it. It's huge.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think for my money, that downhill after Godzilla, like Godzilla is hard because it's hard to judge such a big face. It's not really a face. You're just launching off a hill. And then that downhill after it, if somebody could stand where you land there and just look at the downhill below it, man, it's wild. So it looks totally different when you're on the track or standing over there than it does from the other portion, the heart of the racetrack. So that part is crazy. Zach Decker, he rode awesome, especially in that first moto, finishing 7th. So finishing out the guys here, Michael Allred was 12th overall. Max Link was 13th. Vince Merman, like I said, now on a Yamaha, 14th. 15th was Patrick Chiarini. 16th, Cesar Jimenez. And 17th and 18th were John Galata and Marshall Smith. Both of those guys didn't even make the motos. So that's the conclusion of our pro class of racing. A few things that I want to just quickly tie up, Casey. Should the gate have been dropped? You and I haven't touched about this on this. We talked about it with Chad Wienen. Should the gate have been dropped on this second moto, this race, because there was a serious lightning strike, or two, just moments before that second moto there, Casey, in the tower. And we talked about this with Chad. In the tower, I thought it was getting shut down. I'm like, okay, we're going to get 30 minutes here. What are your thoughts on this? I mean, again, and I say this, and I said it to Chad, I'm never on here, bitching. I'm never on here trying to put any pressure on anybody or complaining about anything, the way the series is ran. That's not something I do. You see all those trolls on the internet. I'm not one of those trolls. I'm really just like questioning, the lightning thing is kind of where I draw the line. Like, that's not cool. It's a safety thing. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are there, if you even want to comment on it.
I'd rather not, but then that would be the easy way out. In hindsight, no. The gate should have never been dropped. Obviously, we seen lightning. I feel like there's the officials and track crew and promoters or whatever. I feel like and it's something that needs to be addressed in the meeting at the end of the year when we have to do this. But I feel like they think that we're on this time constraint. But we don't have, if we had a live broadcast or something going on, like, I see that. So there could have been easily, let's call it 30 minutes, don't even let them go back to their trucks if that's what we want to do, or let them go back to their trucks and let's meet back down here. I don't know. That's not my job. And it's not my job to call the race either.
Yep.
But at 30 minutes could have changed the face. The track still would have been really wet, but they probably could have popped some corners and got some water off the track. We probably could have caused a lot less damage to machines. And that's kind of my outlook on it.
Yep.
But I was in the tower, in the heart of watching all this go down.
Yep.
And it was such, like, even in the tower, like, it was mayhem. And, you got officials they got to make decisions super quick. It's a really touchy subject. Obviously, with the riders, I know it's a really touchy subject. With the officials, I'm sure it's really touchy. I haven't talked to the officials about it. I'm just kind of just stay out of it. I don't have a hand in that fight, but in my true opinion, it should have been called. We had time. We had plenty of daylight. We could have drained the track off and put those guys back out there in some better conditions.
Mm-hmm.
But hindsight's 2020. Like, we all have to make decisions. We've all made bad decisions in really fast times. And that's what happened this weekend. And I think that's probably going to side more with the riders than it is going to be with the officials, but it is what it is.
Yeah. And again, I'm the number one advocate for the series. Like, the people that crab or bitch about it, that hurts me when I see that, because it's like, hey, like, be grateful that we have a place to still race nationally ATV. So that has nothing to do with this. It was more the fact that, like, when did we decide that we race in lightning? Growing up, like, one strike in the area meant we shut down for 30 minutes. The other thing, though, I will say, and there's layers to this, because I'm sure that they're sitting on, all the riders are on the gate, everybody's on the gate, and they're like thinking, who knows what it's like 30 minutes from now. We have to get everybody back out of here. Everybody's already soaked. All these things are already on the gate. So I understand all of that part. The other thing I will say too, to the listeners, because there's so many people that said, we'll shut it down for a little while and then bring them back out there. And Chad made a good point that we don't even know, those guys didn't even know, their tents are either, maybe they're mangled or they're already down. Like, people didn't have home bases to go back to get ready for if a race would have been pushed back 30 minutes. So that's a whole nother layer of it. But for me, Casey, you don't delay the race because of the rain, right? In my opinion, you don't delay it because of the rain. And that's like, they race at the scheduled times almost always, unless it's determined prior to, like, early in the day. Otherwise, you race at the scheduled times. It was just the lightning part of it for me was like, well, like I said, I thought it was getting shut down. And the next thing I know, Miranda's running out there with a 30-second board. And I'm like, oh, we're going. I don't know about this, so I wanted to at least get your opinion. Again, this is
my question. Like, yes, we don't delay because of the race. We're professionals. We all know what we're signing up for. Some of the best races in my mechanic career came in some of the worst conditions that I've ever seen.
Yep.
I hang my hat high on that. Like, I'm glad, I'm glad we manned up and went racing. But at the same time, yeah, this is probably something we should discuss off there, but screw it. It is what it is. We got to take in consideration the riders' machines.
Yep.
I take the riders in consideration all the time. Like, safety is number one. So if we can all read, I hope, we can all see a radar. We all have a smartphone for the most part. We kind of knew it was going to rain again and then go away.
Yep.
And then this is heavy in a sense, and I'm not trying to get myself in trouble. I'm not trying to doubt our officials. I believe in our officials greatly. I believe in our series, obviously.
Yep.
I believe in, everyone that was making the calls, and I get it. Man up and go race. But it's something that we need to consider in the future, I guess, is more or less what I'm talking about. We're not technically on a time constraint. Yes, if we set out early in the morning, we're going to change the schedule. That's a no-brainer. But if we get into that position, we made the decision on the starting line not to run a sight lap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what stops us from making a decision on the starting line to say, hey, let's just sit here for the next 30 minutes? They're already wet.
Mm-hmm.
Let's sit here for the next 30 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever it is and possibly save some machines. I'm looking at it now more from a financial aspect of it, because there is some guys, there's a lot of guys out there that are paying for the stuff out of their pocket. I think if you called Nick Janusa right now, that's what he would be up in arms from. And I haven't even spoke with him.
Yep.
I just know for a fact, like, that's something that a lot of the guys I've talked to, and I've talked to multiple levels of the series or in the pro class of guys that are just like, man, like, this is going to be an expensive week or whatever. So, but at the end of the day, they're professionals. You're dealt the cards you're dealt. Everyone had to race the same track. You had every option to pull out. Caesar pulled out. You know, he said, I'm not going to go out there. I'm not going to go destroy my machine or whatever. So it's tough. I can argue it from both sides. From the official side, we got to stay on time schedule. It's professional racing. We got to go. But at the same time, I think the deciding factor there is the light. Now, if you look at the rule book, as I did, it doesn't say if there's lightning that we cancel or we hold it. It says inclement weather. There's some things there. But what this actually boils down to is if there was a soccer game going on down the road and there's lightning, they shut it down from the last known lightning strike within 30 minutes. You know, softball, baseball, anything outdoor, concerts, all that kind of stuff. So it really goes beyond, and I'm sure someone's going to come back and correct me on this, but from my feeling of it and what I've known in the almost 30 years I've been doing this, if there's lightning strike, it's beyond our rule book or our officials.
Yep.
It's the city, the county, the state, the whatever it is that actually makes that decision that you shut it down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think that you hit on everything that needs to be touched on there. I think it was interesting to hear Chad say basically the same thing, that, hey, we need to take these quads into consideration because there's other riders out there who don't have the budgets, don't have the extra parts. I mean, there's half of the pro class or whatever don't have a bigger budget than I do. And it's simply just to take the money part out of it. It's just simply hard to get parts right now. So
yeah,
that's
flat
a tough
out
thing.
just getting
right
piston and valves to replace the stuff that you need to get to the next race this time. Like, I know there's some guys that are like, I don't know what we're going to do. And
Right.
there's, believe it or not, as everyone thinks, there's not every guy on that starting line has a spare motor just to throw away.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sure because we're a family, if one of those guys that didn't have a spare motor ran over to somebody
Yep.
and was like, hey, I need a spare motor, there's somebody in that paddock that would loan a motor out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's hats off to our people.
Yep.
But at this situation, I mean, dude, this is tough.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is. I didn't want to touch on this because I was like nervous over it the entire time.
Okay, well let's move on then. So the one other controversy, and we won't dig in too deep because I don't want to drag this awesome episode down with this, was the outside assistance issue. Riders helping riders helping other riders push their bikes and try to get their machines started. Where do you fall on this, Casey? Because I think you made an interesting point at the start of this episode that you got two riders work together, to maybe get quads unstuck from each other. But what was happening, and again, and I don't want to overshadow, I don't want to be the negative Nancy that overshadows the awesome videos, awesome stuff to see those guys working together. At the same time, it does seem foreign from the racing that we know. So where do you fall on that? Because there's guys that are using, they're pushing one rider's pushing the start button to help move the tires and another rider's pushing the quad. And I think that at that point, you're maybe getting to a slippery slope. But at the same time, I'm assuming that no protest was ever going to be won because, the officials told the riders that, hey, if it's rider on rider, this is going to be allowed today.
In my understanding, and I've done a lot of off-road racing, I've done a lot of closed circuit racing, I've done a lot of motocross, the riders are allowed to help other riders. And so to me, there was no question that could happen. And I didn't even know that the riders had asked the official, and the official gave it the okay. So at that point, it's all out the window.
Yep.
Obviously, I'm cool with it in the sense because it was my impact moment of the race.
Right.
I'm fully on board for it. And if we eliminate that, then we get two riders that are tangled together in a corner, rear tire or front tire over rear tire or whatever it is. They got two riders. What do? They just sit there in the middle of the track.
Right.
Now they're impeding the race course because they can't get their machines apart because they're not allowed to help each other. So you can't keep that. You can't make a rule. There's no rule in the rule book saying a rider can't help another rider or can or cannot.
Because what separates that situation being stuck together, two tires, versus what they were doing on Saturday. I understand But
to me, it's
the slippery
easy.
slope, right?
Yeah, it's slippery. I mean, I get it, and I get it from the aspect of, you know, some of the guys that didn't get help.
Okay.
You know, I mean, Jeffrey pushed his bike, seemed like a quarter mile. Bryce pushed his bike, you know, a long way. These guys did it by themselves.
Yeah.
So I get it from that aspect. But at the same time, like, they pushed it. They had to push it off the course. Like, another rider could have came by and started bumping them and pushing them around the course. They're obviously not going to push it all the way around the course.
Yeah.
But in those circumstances, I mean, you know, I mean, we've done it in like works races and stuff. That's a closed course race.
Yeah.
You know, where you have a rider that is carrying fuel or something for other riders, or drives by and throws them a wrench, you know, to get something fixed or whatever. This is a different circumstance. I don't see a problem with it.
I do understand what you're saying. When it's two riders, it's theoretically not outside assistance, right? I mean, I do get it. It's just something that's foreign to us in our form of racing. So I think it created a lot of confusion. It created a lot of controversy. It created a lot of conversations on Saturday. But the way you outline it here, I mean, I get it. I do get what you're saying. And where would you draw the line on a rule? The fact is, like you're saying, there really is no way to frame that.
So 2020 Redbud, I was going to use a dirt bike instance here that I know of, but I'm going to stay in the ATV side. Okay. 2020 at Redbud, Joel stuffs a berm, does a full endo, like in the berm, like slow motion. We've all seen the pictures.
Yep.
He's completely stood on end.
Yep.
And I believe it was Vince Merriman. Is it Vince? I think it was Vince, come around and seen Joel stuck. I mean, he's completely stuck. He has nowhere to go. If he does get over the rest of the way, the bike's going to pile drive him.
Yeah.
He's not moving anymore. Stops, pulls him down, and he gets to take back off. So what was that? Is that outside assistance?
Yeah.
So this is where it's so gray in a sense.
Yep.
You're not going to be able to make a rule to that. And it goes, I mean, as simple as if there's bikes tangled together, obviously that's before the first corner. Mechanics are allowed to help, team managers or whoever you have spotting in the first turn are allowed to help the riders get apart. But once you pass that, they got to stand there and watch them. And that's why we see guys like push it to the mechanics or get it over here and we can help you.
Yep.
But you got to get it to us. And it's almost black or white to me. Like, you can't make a rule against it.
No, you're right. That's a better term. Saying it's gray, saying that there's gray area is better than saying it's a slippery slope. And yeah, I think that explains so much to the people that were probably trying to figure out why guys were trying to push their quads from seemingly forever at the other side of the racetrack away from the mechanics area to the mechanics area, because there they could get assistance. I mean, it seemed like Baldwin worked on Bryce's bike for forever trying to get it back out there. And it just never was going to happen, but they didn't quit on it until basically the moto was over. So I mean, some controversy there, but hopefully we made a little sense of it. And I don't think that there's anything else to say on that stuff. So all in all, this is probably one of, if not the most legendary events that I've ever witnessed with my own two eyes in ATV racing. This one will never be forgotten. I think the fact that DeNoble won, like I said before, makes it that much more legendary. And this one is never going to be forgotten, Casey. This, if in the future we roll out like, some kind of race review, past race review, legendary, memorable moment episodes, this would be one of those races, right? I mean, this would be one of those races where people are going to remember and talk about this one for forever. Remember the water and, that year, what was it, 2022 at Ironman, standing water. I mean, this is one of those ones that's going to be a legend for forever. As long as our sport's around, they're going to talk about this one. I truly believe that.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to go down in the history books as one of the craziest and a legendary event. I mean, it's like I hear people, I don't remember what year it was. Maybe it was like 2005 or something. Lake Whitney was, they talk about one of the worst that they've ever raced and stuff. And I've never been to Lake Whitney for the ATV stuff. I've done it for dirt bikes, but I know how that place gets. And so it's the same thing. I mean, and it seems like every time we come to Ironman, there's something legendary about this race that goes on. I mean, and in all honesty, every time we've been there, and even into the dirt bike world, even in the GNCC world, there's it's always got a story behind it. And I think that's what the nostalgia of that facility brings with it is, what it's all about.
I agree 100%. So amazing stuff, never be forgotten. So DeNoble heads back into retirement while the rest of the crew heads into Sunset Ridge, where Joel Hetrick still leads Chad Wienen by 26 points. Chad Wienen's home track is now on the docket, is up next year, going to Walnut, Sunset Ridge. What do you expect to see in Illinois, Casey? I think we touched on it with Chad last year at Walnut, at Sunset Ridge. I think we might have seen the best race we've ever seen from Chad Wienen. He was on another level. And as I said to Chad, especially now, Joel's still riding this high. He didn't lose any momentum with the way that Saturday went. He didn't lose any momentum in a terrible mud race. So he still comes in with a bunch of momentum. He was great in that first moto. But that he relishes at trying to dethrone Chad Wienen at his home track. He's done it before. You can see the emotion after the races, throwing his arms up in the air, looking at the crowd like, what? Like, that Joel lives for that too. So I think it could be a recipe for an awesome race. That Chad's thinking, I need to put two moto wins together, get that gap at least down to 20 points and try to go sub 20 after that. I think that we're set up for an awesome race at Sunset Ridge just over a week from now.
Yeah, I think you summed it up there. I mean, we know Chad's going to be great there. And I think, Joel's got to ride a lot of sand and a lot of, say, that style track over the winter. Deckers is really similar in a sense. I mean, it's not exactly, but it is similar. So I think Joel's going to be the best he's ever been in this style track. And I think that's going to be huge. And we're going to get to see probably some of the best racing out of two guys that are 100% fit. They're not out there getting tired. They're not, you're not going to lose a race because one was tired or something like that. It's going to be the fastest guy on that track that day is the one that's going to win, I believe. And that's if starts go well and, obviously all the keys there, but it's going to be one for the record books too, I think. And I think for Joel, trying to solidify his championship this year, in the series and going after a championship, not his championship, but solidifying it, beating Chad at what everyone says is his home track. And it's the closest track to him in the national circuit is probably one of the biggest goals on his list this year. But at the same time, he knows he has a pretty decent points lead right now, that he's not going to risk the points lead over 6 points at this point too.
Yeah.
Chad, the best way Chad can change momentum is to show up and win. Obviously, that's Chad's goal. Joel's goal is going to be a win. So we're going to see some crafty racing, I think, and I think we're going to see some really intense racing between these two. They're both hitting their stride right now. Chad's, we're deep into this series, so they're peaking. These guys are professionals. They plan on when to peak and do it. And I think that's what we're going to see this weekend is two guys go out there heads up. And I think there's going to be some competition there, though, at the same time. I think Bryce has some pretty heavy ties in that area, too.
Oh, yeah.
Spent some time, he kind of been, sort of adopted into that area there with the SSI crew and the Harris family and Brandon Hogue. His confidence has got to be really good. He had a good weekend. So there's going to be a lot.
It's a home race for
Lindquist.
It's a home race for Brandon too. It's a home race for Max.
Yeah,
I mean, it's for a lot of guys. Yep.
So they're going to have big crowds out there and a lot of, family support and friend support. So I think we're going to see good rides from those guys. And you can never forget, I mean, Rastrelli's a sand guy too.
Yeah.
He lives in the sands of Florida, so he usually rides pretty well here. And this is the best I've seen Jeffrey in years, physically shaped wise and stuff. Like he's not getting tired late in the motos. He's putting it on late in the motos. And Janusa ran very well last year at Sunset Ridge. He was perfectly aligned for a podium, was third of the first moto. So, I mean, you can't count any one of these guys out on putting the heat on these guys.
Yeah,
it's gonna be good.
I agree 100%. We got the NBA and NHL playoffs going on right now, and game 3, game 5, they're swing games. Typically, they swing a series, and that's how this feels right now as we are we're squarely at the midway point of the season right now. And it just feels like this next one is a swing race, unless they were to split. And even if that does happen, that's going to swing how things go, because this is an opportunity for Chad Wienen on a track that's probably his biggest strength. This one and Red Bud are his two biggest strengths. If he can win two motos here, it changes things a little bit. 20 point gap is different than a 26 point gap. And if Joel Hetrick were to keep winning and gets it up over 30 points or up to and over 30 points, that's a big swing. So either way, I think that there's going to be big pressure and big competition at this next one. I can't wait to see how it goes. So sorry, Casey, we ran so darn long. I just need to quickly touch on the amateur stuff to finish our coverage here, and then we'll get you out of here as we talk about Ironman here. So obviously conditions were poor on Saturday afternoon. They were perfect on Saturday morning, crappy on Saturday afternoon. How was the conditions on Sunday, Casey? Did they come around? From the pictures, it looks like they eventually at least came around.
Yeah, early on it was still a little sticky, and they're trying to get the track worked in and get some lines on the track. So it was a little one-lined early on, but I mean the track definitely come around, and they snuck a lot of races in on Sunday and still got done in a reasonable time. So again, like I said, hats off to MX Sports and Racer Productions and everyone for getting the races done. They had to cancel some of the races Saturday night, move them to Sunday. I think it ended up working out in favor. Pro-Am was Pro-Am was a good race. Molander had an awesome race there. I'm going to run through some of my amateur stuff, and then we can go back through it real quick. Yeah. Matt Greenwald swept the 250 classes, come out like a different rider this weekend. And, his mechanic and, friend of mine, Corey Thatcher, he told me on Friday, I sat there with him and Matt and talked for a while, and he's like, I think we got a different rider this weekend. And boy, did that show up. I mean, it really showed out. Missing my buddy Mason Jackson this weekend. Blair Miller had a rough go Saturday afternoon, the second Pro-Am moto, or Pro Sport moto, and separated his shoulder. So we didn't get to really see him shine to what we're expected. And he was excited about this track. He felt like it was one of his favorite tracks. It fit him in his riding style. Salinas, I think, is a pretty solid weekend for him. I think in his head, he's thinking there's no standout moments, but at the same time, I know what he was like going through towards the end of the first Pro-Am moto, and for him to sneak out a second after being passed for second on the last lap, I think it really shows the heart and determination that, Aaron's got going right now. So overall, I think a really solid amateur program went on this weekend.
Yeah. You touched on some of the biggest headlines there. So Sunday is headlined by Pro-Am. We saw Dane Molander. He went 1-1 for the overall, ahead of Aaron Salinas and Paulo Galizzi in Pro-Am there. Don't look now, Casey, but Dane has the points lead now in Pro-Am as well. So he's kind of coming around. He had to deal with some things, some get-offs and other things so far this season, but coming around now as he's hitting his stride at Ironman. Pro Sport, kind of going back to Saturday, we saw Joseph Chambers grab the win ahead of Dane Molander and Lane Baird. This is because Brett Musig, we already touched on this a little bit, he was in position to win the overall, just like Brandon Hogue, and had a ball joint go.
The same exact section.
How crazy is that, Casey? I can't make sense of it. So what are the odds? Literally, we talked about, DeNoble winning this thing, being 1 in a million, 99 times out of 100. That doesn't happen. Same thing there. 1 in a million chance that two riders break a ball joint while in position to win their respective classes, Pro and Pro Sport. And it happens in the same section. How do you even wrap your head around that? I still can't believe that.
No, and Brett's got to be so frustrated. I did talk to him a little bit. I'm like, dude, what's up? I just kind of gave him that look, and he's like, I don't know. He's like, I just don't understand. And I talked to him at the podium of the Pro Moto, so this was before his incident, and he's like, man, his luck, like, it's just, how does that even go on? And then I'm standing on the tower watching Pro Sport, and I'm, Dane and Brett were relatively close. They weren't like bumper to bumper. Or I didn't know, Chambers, I think, was there. Or no, Chambers was out front. Dane was right there with Brett, and then he comes around and yard sales, and I'm like, there's no way that just happened. It's exact same spot, exact same thing, everything. So them boys are scratching their head and they're trying to figure out what's going on. That's for sure. Brett's, that whole crew, they're gonna try to figure this out and make sure that this stuff don't happen again.
Yeah. I mean, that they're scrambling at the music racing and repair team there, but I'm sure that they'll get it figured out. Other notables, JJ Launderville, friend of the show, one of last week's guests, who was just amazing. I love that kid. He won 450A. Peyton Lingle, shout out SSI Decals, won production A. Andrea Berger got back to her winning ways in the WMX class, followed by first moto winner Kinsey Osborne and Neve Shaw there in WMX. Ellie Roush won women's 15 plus. So shout out to the Roush family and her. And again, like you said, man, we probably didn't even put enough emphasis on this. How about another freaking sweep, Casey, in the 250 classes? The third rider this season to do that. I cannot make sense of this. This time it's Matt Greenwald going 3 for 3 in the 250 classes. I saw the picture from him on the podium with the broom, which is amazing. What the hell is going on? I cannot believe this. Sweeping the 250 class is one thing. Having 2 riders sweep the 250 class is another thing. Having 3 riders in the first half of this season sweep all the 250 classes at an event is absolutely incredible. I said it at the last race when we saw it twice, but now that we've seen it 3 times, man, these races are going to be must watch. You got 3 guys going to the line knowing and thinking that they should win this race. So that's going to be awesome going forward. But shout out to Matt Greenwald and the Fierce crew. Another 250 sweep in those crazy competitive 250 classes. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah, it's intense. I mean, I watched a lot of those motos, all year long. And this weekend, I mean, it was intense. I mean, Noah rode really well. Noah won a lot of motos this weekend. Matt just put himself in the position every single time to be out there and put himself in overall win spots. And the last one was clutch because they didn't race their first moto on Saturday. So it was basically a 1 moto format. So he had to win to complete the sweep. Mm-hmm. And it was freaking awesome. And I didn't get to watch that one. I watched it on live timing after we left, and I'm like, no way he's gonna pull it off. So super cool. It just shows how competitive those classes are. These guys they're mixing it up. And if you watch those guys, I mean, they are freaking flat out rolling. It's awesome to see.
It's amazing. All right, Casey, we'll get you out of here on that. We're running way long. So if you don't have anybody else that you want to shout out or anything that you want to touch on, man, I can't thank you enough for being here. I can't thank you enough for doing this. What a pleasure. Again, this race was different. Again, like some of these things, it seems like we talk about the same stuff every week. I mean, I love doing it, but a little monotonous. Not this week, man. I've been floating, glowing, whatever I've been saying to myself since Saturday. I think I said it probably 50 times now. Man, I can't believe Nick DeNoble won. So what an awesome race to talk about. And I appreciate you being here to do it with me.
Yeah, thanks for having me as always. And we'll keep doing this as long as the people keep wanting it. And from what I hear, I mean, so many people Saturday night and Sunday, I can't wait to hear the podcast this week. You guys are going to have your hands full. And absolutely we do. And I think it went well. And, I look forward to seeing everyone at Sunset, and hopefully we'll see you there riding.
Yeah, that's the plan. Always appreciate your time. Always a pleasure having you be a part of this, Casey. I appreciate it so much. I think that we did justice to this event. I really do. I feel good about this. Sunset Ridge is right around the corner. I can't wait. I can't wait to get out on the track finally. I was having a lot of emotions being at that last race, not being able to race. That's the first race I've been at, first national I've been at not racing since like 2002 or 2003. And I don't know that I could do that again. All those emotions went away on Saturday afternoon when it got crazy out there, but looking forward to getting back out there. But for us, that's a wrap on our Ironman coverage with Casey Greek, brought to you by Manscaped. Use discount code DIGGINGDEEP20 for 20% off plus free shipping at manscaped.com. Casey, thanks so much for being here, and we'll see you at Sunset Ridge.
Thanks, Cody. We'll see you then.
Wow, still hard to believe it all, but I am so glad that I got to witness it. And man, this one was a blast to cover and chat about. Thanks so much for being here with us. And major thanks to all of tonight's incredible guests, Chad Wienen, Nick DeNoble, and Casey Greek. Thanks to producer Dallas Jansen, my brother, for all his hard work. Once again, thanks to all who chatted with Brooke and I about digging deep and otherwise last weekend in Indiana. Each and every one of you freaking rock. Thanks to all of our donors. You know who you are. We appreciate you so much. Thanks to all of our partners, CST Tires. Go to shop.csttires.com today. Yamaha, thanks to Blue Crew. SSI Decals, DID Racing Chain, Namura Technologies, Bronco ATV and UTV Components, Impact Solutions, Launderville Steel Enterprises and Concrete Supply, the financial advice of the Haymauer Financial Group, Forworks Carbon, DP Brakes, Factory 43, Integrative Financial Concepts and their Safe to Race and Safe to Ride insurance programs, Binky's Forever ATC Museum, Blendzall Oil, the official oil choice of Digging Deep, Evans Waterless Power Sports Coolant, Walsh Racecraft, we're so stoked to have them on board, and Manscaped. Get 20% off and free shipping with code DIGGINGDEEP20 at manscaped.com. Support the brands that support our show, and don't forget to use those codes to save. Find it all on our website, and be sure to click those Rocky Mountain ATVMC and Amazon banners for all your gear and parts needs, everyday needs, and to help us out. And most of all, thanks to you guys for listening. Our show merchandise, including new Can't Win tees, are all available at shop.diggingdeepatvmx.com, so check that out today. And if you're looking for another easy way to help support us, visit our website and click the Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee buttons. This allows you to set up a one-time or monthly contribution to support our efforts. You can also give us a call using our voicemail line. We had a lot of questions about this last week. I wish more of you would have called in. Give us your reaction to the show, the races, and or everything in between so we can play them on the show and react to what you have to say. The number is 920-569-3519. We want to hear from you, so give us a call. Follow the show on social media, Digging Deep ATVMX Podcast, and myself, Cody Jansen, for additional content coverage and more fun stuff here in this 2022 season. You can find us on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Amazon Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, and more. Wherever you find podcasts, you'll find the Digging Deep ATVMX podcast. All episodes, additional podcast providers, sponsor links, and discount codes, show merchandise, fantasy info, and more can all be found on our website, diggingdeepatvmx.com, so check that out today. Shout out to the one and only Digging Deep ATVMX Fantasy winner from Ironman. I don't know how the hell you did it. The Lean 2 Motorsports team and manager Michael Anthony. Man, I don't know how you pulled that off. You rode Nick DeNoble. You rode Nick DeNoble to the win there, so congrats to you. I'll just be over here wearing my I Can't Win Digging Deep ATVMX Fantasy shirt like I was at Ironman. Don't mind me because I have no chance of winning, though I did finish in the top 10 for the first time at Ironman, so maybe I'm heating up at the right time. We're making up some points. But ATVMX Fantasy is so much fun. Be a friend, tell a friend. Please download, subscribe, rate, review, and share. And with that, for Chad Wienen, Nick DeNoble, Casey Greek, Brooke Catherine, Dallas Jansen, and I'm your host, Cody Jansen. Thanks for listening to and making us the #1 podcast in ATV racing with over 156,000 downloads last month in 88 total countries. Until next time, thanks for joining us and digging deep with the stars of ATV motocross. See you at Walnut. Things are crashing and burning here at the Digging Deep podcast, much like the Titanic.
Those guys were hauling ass, for real.
I remember watching Doug Gus, I don't know who it was, Steel City, running the same times Friday afternoon as James Stewart was on Sunday back then. It was mental. I've never seen quads go that fast.
Quad leaders are freaking gnarly.